Hello everybody. Hello and welcome. Welcome to another Monster Hunter stream. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. We're going to be doing our second ever cast with our friend Phallison, the as of yet unnamed 3U cast. We did this a couple weeks ago and it was a good time to, I don't know, sit and talk with Phallison, play some cozy 3 Ultimate on the Wii U. We're going to be doing some more of that tonight. We have some fun topics lined up to talk about. So in a moment here, I'm going to jump on here with Phallison and we'll get things rolling. But first, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some beans. Thank you guys for being here so early. I'm going to take a moment to say hello to you guys before I actually get in a conversation. I can't. So, welcome Francaseel, welcome The Digit Artist, welcome Fish Kebab, welcome Biotech, and Skiffy. Skiffy, enjoy your second day off. Crimson Gunner, welcome to you. This is indeed the game with the monsters, don't worry. Welcome Game God. Let's see. I know Ice-T's here somewhere. Shmegleskimo, it's good to see you. Don't know if I said hi to Vio yet. Welcome Vio, I hope you enjoy Yama. Welcome Tormello. And I think that's everybody. Hello, Weeb with Coffee. Welcome to you, too. We have a new emote. We have Bear Spin. Carrot from Shepherd's Community made that for us based on our stream last night. This is Freedom 1, right? Nope, we're done with Freedom 1. Tetsuro Yamashita, your favorite giant squid. We need a mod for that now. All right. If you're getting in the room, sorry if you're bad, you have a cast on your arm. We're actually not doing multiplayer tonight, absolute chaos. We're actually just doing a podcast with myself and my friend Phallison. But I hope you feel better with your arm. I'm sorry that you have a cast on it. I hope it heals quick. Yeah, I'm going to be rolling with a podcast style cast tonight. Every once in a while, we will be doing multiplayer streams for 3 Ultimate. 3 Ultimate's going to be our main game on stream for a while here now. So you'll see us slowly go through the game. There'll be opportunities to jump in on multiplayer on the Wii U if you'd like to. And renditioning. Thank you so much for the sub. Cheers. Thank you so much. I'm glad you've been enjoying the streams and VODs. We have alerts turned off. Let me go ahead and get this out of the way. Close store. So all the alerts and stuff are turned off for our podcast this evening. Let me go ahead and jump on over here to the game. Oops. That's the wrong button. Don't own a Wii U. There's no other way of playing it except if you're going to play on emulator. So it's a bummer. Citra when I have an actual PC that could run Citra. I've put a dastardly thought into your head. Is it something about Yamatsukami and Tetsuro Yamashita? Whoop. Power saving. Figure we do some multiplayer on the Wii U while the servers still exist. Well, I hope you have fun with whatever your dastardly idea is. We're just waiting on my friend Phallison here. As soon as he's here, we'll be ready to start. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well tonight. It's got the human teeth already. That's 50% of it. That's terrifying, Bio. I would just do a video edit if I were you, but I'm not you. You do what you want. But renditioning, thank you very much for the sub. It's appreciated, and I'm glad you've been enjoying the streams and VODs. Cheers. Since our last cast, I had to learn how to turn off the alert volume, and that's actually surprisingly not straightforward to do with Stream Elements. You'd think it would just be like a mute alerts button, but that doesn't exist, and I have like different volumes set for all the different alerts, because the sound files are a little bit different. Okay, Phallison's waving, that must mean he's ready. Let's go ahead and undeafen here. All right, hello, good sir.
Hello, Bistro Chronicles, my favorite restaurant-themed streamer. How are you today?
Hello, Phallison. I'm quite well. Are you ready for another unnamed 3U cast?
Yeah, I'm excited for the part where we get to the name.
That's in the third arc, I think, of the podcast. We finally get the name.
Yeah, I agree. Get the name, get the art, the house. The weird mic that all podcasters seem to have.
Yep.
I don't know, it's like some Shure weird mic.
We'll work on it.
Yes, indeed.
Are you having coffee this evening? This morning?
I will be. I had one a little bit earlier, but Sophie, my lovely lady friend, is working on a second one, so I'm looking forward
That's awesome.
to it.
Well, cheers to you. Cheers to our respective chats. I should get your chat up on screen like I did last time.
That is a good idea.
I forgot to do that.
I took the thing that you did, and I got transcoding.
You did?
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, it felt funny to like just refresh my stream. I'm sure Twitch is mad at me. And that begs the question, when do you think they're just gonna, give it to everyone? Because fiends like you have worked out they can just do whatever they want.
I don't know. I don't know when they'll give transcoding for everybody.
Yeah, it seems odd that they just pick it at random, but
It
hey,
does.
if it works, it works.
It does. If you're a partner, you get it guaranteed, but whatever. Well, in any case, to anyone who's in Phallison's stream, it's nice to meet you. I'm Ristretto, and this is going to be a 3 Ultimate podcast with myself and Phallison. We've got some topics lined up to talk about. We did this once before and figured we would do it again because it was a good time. So, I guess, without further ado, Phallison, how have you been the last week or two? How have your weeks been?
My weeks, they've been okay weeks. I got the microchip injection, and I gotta tell you, I think like 10 centimeters was a little too wide for a chip to come in, stick form. But when it went into my arm, I felt terrible for like 4 days. I think I'm of a weaker constitution because that thing just knocked me out, man. I had like a horrible fever, but I'm glad I got it done. Did the responsible thing, but
well, good to
man, how'd you feel when you got yours?
I got mine in the spring. My reception's been much better since then.
Thanks.
No, I got one of the ones that had 2 shots. And the first shot didn't bother me too much, just a sore arm. I hadn't had a shot in a long time, and so I was a little bit intimidated. I was pretty anxious about it, but I made myself go do it because, I don't know, my work let me go do it for free and gave me a day off work, and it was nice, and I was like, okay, I should definitely go get this done.
Yes.
And then the second one did actually knock me out for a day or two. I was sick in bed for a day or so, but got better.
Outstanding. Yeah, I have to go back in on the 1st of November to get my second one.
Gotcha. Hopefully that one won't be so bad if the first one was kind of rough on you.
Also, a twofold question. How have your past 2 weeks been? I hope that they've been good, and I hope everyone in your chat is doing well.
Thanks. My last 2 weeks have been okay. In terms of Monster Hunter, I'm sure we'll get into it a little bit throughout the cast, but I had an interesting experience where I played a Monster Hunter game and just it didn't click with me for the first time pretty much ever. I mean, I've enjoyed all the games in a major way for the most part, but I've been playing Monster Hunter Freedom on stream, and it was pretty tough. It was not something I found myself enjoying as much as I wanted to, so for now I've switched to streaming some 3 Ultimate, and that seems to be a little bit better of a fit.
Yeah. I did watch those Freedom streams. They seemed like you were barely hiding your contempt, but I admire you for doing it.
There was no contempt there, but there was definitely some like, this is not what I want to be doing right now. I'm hoping someday I want to go back and play that game. I'm not really ready to be done with it fully, but I'm definitely ready to be done with it now, if that makes any sense.
Very fair. Very fair. I think 3U is like sort of the sweet spot in terms of a lot of janky old stuff.
We were just talking about this.
At least for me.
We were just talking about this briefly before the stream, but in my opinion, what I've been telling folks for a long time is portable third. So I'm interested to see if you ever end up playing that game someday, if you feel the difference between it and 3U.
I'm sure. Well, no swimming. I'm sure the I'm sure the mood will strike at some point to play it. But right now I'm having fun with Freedom Unite, which is like Freedom but it's united, apparently.
It's one of my favorites.
And, yeah, I've been having a bit of an interesting time with that one as well. Like, yeah, there are a lot of things about it that have been sort of, I guess, confusing me, but maybe it's just because new Monhun brain. Like, I'm, I think 5 stars in, and I still haven't seen a Rathalos and or Rathian.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, some of the monsters, they wait a little later in the game.
Yeah.
Freedom Unite sounds so patriotic. It sounds a little different than Portable Second G. Walking on the Sun said that. It sounds very patriotic. All right. Well, Phallison, last stream, last cast, we kind of meandered around. We drowned. We did some fishing. We did some early gathering quests to get some initial items ground up. This time we were planning to do something a little more focused. Did you have anything that you were planning to kind of work towards today on our cast? Any armor or weapons?
I think that my only goal in terms of gameplay for today would be make a couple of Baroth pieces, given it gives me attack and guard, which seems alright for Gunlance, like not amazing, but I don't want to meander like too much on Baroth stuff, because, you know, there's Baroth. Baroth's stinky. But maybe get out of 1 star would be good stuff.
Seems like a decent idea. I think for me, I'm looking to make the hunter set because I haven't used it before and I want to use it as like one of my early armor sets. Gives, I think, like auto tracker and maybe one other skill or something. And I want to work towards the insect dual blades. They're some of my favorites and you can make them kind of early on in this game. So I figured we'd do that.
Very fair. Oh, and also the Rathian gun lance. I've always liked it. I don't know why. It looks silly. It's got her head as one of the... It just looks like her head. Looks silly. I like it.
Sure.
Good stuff.
Well, before we actually start working on any of our armor pieces or anything, would you like to have a warm-up hunt? Do you want to choose a hunt for us to do, or do you care?
No, please. I insist you pick the first one.
I think last time we tried the Kuropeko quest and we tripled. Would you like to try it again?
Oh, you want a salty run back?
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, dude. I love. Yeah, let's run it back. I don't respect Kuropeko. I don't like the cut of his jib. I don't like the man.
Well, you can't change equipment from out here. Well, I guess I'm warming up with longsword. That's fine. All right.
I mean, you know, I can just let you go change if you'd like.
That's okay. I'll be fine. Eat some food.
Don Tootin.
Should be a good time. Our friend Uchi just showed up, I saw. That's always nice. Always good to see Uchi.
Agreed. I like that Uchi fella.
Me too.
Unlike Kuropeko, I like the cut of his jib. I like the man.
All good things. All right. I'm going to buy some pickaxes from the store. I'm going to remind you gently to bring pickaxes and bug nets.
Gently, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
If not, I've got 5 here for you.
No, I've got them. I've got them.
All right. Well, I know you, Phallison, you stream things other than Monster Hunter. So, have you been playing anything besides Monster Hunter these past 2 weeks?
I think last week for me was mostly just Freedom Unite. Like when I got sick, I didn't feel like I was kind of like, oh no, what if I conk out real early? So I didn't want to fiddle too much. Didn't want to play with the formula, so I mostly just played Freedom Unite. But last night, for the first time ever, I played a remake of Metal Gear Solid 1, which was developed exclusively for the GameCube. And it's trapped on that console forever, called the Twin Snakes. It was a remake made in Metal Gear Solid 2's engine with some really ridiculous cutscenes. Like, I don't understand the direction, but boy howdy do I love it. I'm just talking to you apparently. I didn't mean to.
It's okay. It's nice to meet you too, Phallison. I had no idea there was I guess I think I'd heard of the Twin Snakes before, but I didn't realize it wasn't just a straight up port of the PS1. That's kind of neat.
No, it had like completely redone cutscenes, a brand new soundtrack, everything. I don't like the soundtrack nearly as much, but it's a much better game. They changed some of the boss fights, but first person aiming, believe it or not, like completely breaks that game. It makes it way too easy. So you know, it was fun to play for one time.
Cool. Did you finish it in one night, or did you just kind of dip in and then go, that's enough for now?
Nah, I beat the whole thing.
Wow.
That's why I was up so late and why my voice sounds all ragged and
you marathoned it.
Yeah, like I knew I've beaten the game. You know, it was the first ever game I'd beaten as a youth, as a youngster.
Huh.
Do you happen to remember what your first ever like video game you played was?
The first ever video game I ever played?
Or beat. The first one you beat.
Played? I think I didn't own really any video games as a kid. My family didn't have any for a long time. Oh, I think there's a Kuropeko coming in here.
Oh, so
look at him. He's coming. He's walking. He's up there. I've never seen that before. That's cool. He was just sitting up there.
I'm sure that I've seen it once, but absolutely do not remember it. I like that guy.
But anyways, yeah, I didn't really have any video games as a kid for the most part, at least not at home. So the first video game I have recollection of playing was maybe like Mario 64 at a friend's house.
Were your parents anti-video games or something to that effect?
I don't know if they were anti-video games. I think I played some games on the PC. So I guess actually my real answer would be like some really old DOS educational games. Which is far less exciting than Mario 64, I think.
Depends. Maybe you just really like learning about mitochondria.
Maybe. It was... the one specifically I remember was called Treasure Math Storm. It had a very tiny little like PC speaker theme that I can still remember to this day. I looked up some footage of it on YouTube recently, and it was like all these things came rushing back to my head. Like, oh yeah, there's that room where you put the trophies that you find as you do the math around the mountain. Like, yeah, it was fun to relive.
Oh, actually, I had this game as a kid, like my old janky, Windows 98 PC, where you were a teddy bear and you had to make a little girl. You had to make her a birthday special. It was sure something. What
that
a
sounds
special
nice.
treat. Also, you'll be pleased to know I have a health bar and a HUD this time.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, no more buddy system HP bar reading.
I thought that was pretty endearing.
I thought so too.
Really,
Might be
really,
less so as time goes on.
really drove home the I don't know, the teamwork and podcast aspect of the things. the semi hunt or the I don't know, the buy hunt health check. I like it. But the actual game I can remember beating for the first time, you know, it's probably right around the same time for me, but the first system that I ever owned was a Game Boy Color. It was handed down to me. And I think I probably beat the original Super Mario Brothers on there. There was Super Mario Bros. Deluxe for the Game Boy Color that was, I don't know, you had some early Game Boy Mario games that were very, very different from the NES games in terms of, like, the sprites and the level designs and stuff. They were very much designed around the original, like, big fat Game Boy. And then the Game Boy Color came around and it had a lot more, like, processing, or at least in terms of colors. Anyways, and so they ported essentially pretty close to the NES original Mario Brothers, and I think that was my first video game I ever beat. Either that or Ocarina of Time. A friend and I had a really fun experience where he had the N64, but Ocarina of Time was the first thing I ever bought off the internet. My father helped me like purchase a cart of it off eBay. I forget how I convinced him to let me do that, but me and my friend shared the cart back and forth until we beat it, and it was pretty fun.
Did you not own the Nintendo 64?
No, he owned the N64, I owned the cart, and so for like 1 week it would be at my house, and we would play at my house, and then for the next week the two would live at his house, and we would play at his house, but I don't think we even played without each other very much. Or if we did, we were like, you can't go any further in the story, you can go and get like heart containers, or you can go and get like, I don't know, what do you get in Zelda? Rupees, but you can't go any further in the story, you can't go do the next dungeon until I'm here.
You know what? I like that story a lot.
It was really fun. I'm not super close with the friend anymore. I still follow him on like Instagram or whatever, but it's a really fun childhood memory of mine. It was like tag teaming Ocarina of Time over a summer.
You could DM him on Instagram. Slide into his DMs, ask him if he remembers.
Oh, I'm sure he does. Every once in a while we'll send each other like an N64 or like Zelda or Mario related post or something, but yeah, it's just been a while since we've hung out together.
I'm no good with this weapon.
Well,
I'll get there, but
it's tough when you got yellow sharpness and Kurapeka's like a bounce zone. Skiffy in the chat is telling us that the Game Boy Color version of Super Mario Brothers that I had quite a bit of content. I remember it had like functionality to tie in with the Game Boy printer, where like it had like stickers you could print off. Oh no, he got you. And then he left. He killed you and he just freaking left.
I burned to death. I'm upset about that. I burned to death. Yeah. Ocarina of Time is crazy. That was like one of the first games that I was ever, like obsessed with. That was my first like, I love Link. I'm gonna be like Link when I grow up.
Yep.
Tied like a green pillowcase around my head and like had a little plastic sword and shield. Man, I loved that game so much.
Me too.
As a kid.
My friend and I would play out in the forest and call it the Kokiri Forest and stuff. Yeah, for sure. That game was... I have so many good memories with that game. I've gone back and played it. Like, my wife, Annie, does not play any video games. And at one point, I gave her a 3DS with, like, Ocarina of Time on it. There's a port to the 3DS. And I had forgotten just how cryptic some of that game is in terms of, like, where you're supposed to go at certain points unless you know to, like, talk to Navi and figure out Navi's hints. It's just, like, you might not find where to go ever.
Have you ever played Majora's Mask?
I have, yes.
Yeah. That one, very fairly referred to as online walkthrough the video game.
Yep. The same friend and I who played Ocarina of Time played that one, but I don't know, he had that cartridge. He bought that cartridge, and so he played a lot of it on his own without me. Yeah, he played a lot of it on his own. It's okay. We still had some good times. Nice.
That actually hit him.
It did.
I'm astounded.
Uh-oh. Something else is flying in.
Let it.
Nice trip. If I'm tripping you, I'm sorry. I'm not meaning to.
No, that was good. That was optimal because it reset my reload animation.
Oh,
like a lot
sweet.
quicker.
There is a Rathian
Look it up.
here.
Optimized gaming.
I'm gonna go ahead and paintball Mr. Kurapeko here, as is tradition. Should we dung bomb the Rathian? Probably. I have a dung bomb. I'll hit her with it. Or should I dung bomb the Kurapeko? Let's dung bomb the Kurapeko. Tell him to get stinky.
Go to a different area?
Yep. I have defense down too, so I'm a little wary.
Yeah, she does that. She does that.
Just bouncing over and over on Kurapeko.
I'm trying to heal. Rathian's shooting fireballs at me.
I can see your health. It looks okay for now.
Yeah, it's fine. She'll be right.
Kurapeko, you're a menace. This early on in the game, there's like no way for you to cancel those songs unless you're very lucky.
Yeah, it's just he is a rascal, dude.
Okay, I think Kurapeko's leaving now.
You know, coming from Freedom Unite to this, and like looking at how detailed and lovely the map system is, it's a small wonder like that this is a big old generational gap.
Yep. I felt the same way coming from Freedom, where I finished Freedom's Village for the most part. There are a few quests I unlocked at the very end, but I finished Freedom's Village and came straight to this game because I was in the mood to play this one. And there's so many things where I'm just like, oh my goodness, you can send items back to the box at the end of a quest. You have an item box like out in the village, out in the hub. Like there's so many things that just feel luxurious and fancy to me. Nice.
I'm gonna blast you away. No, I'm not, because you're gonna bounce and not get blasted away. Thank you, Kurapeko hit zones.
So, what's the story with you and Metal Gear Solid? You said that was the first game you ever beat.
Yep, my dad had a PlayStation 1, and he was a bit of a hashtag gamer.
That's pretty sick.
He still plays games, actually. He's really into League of Legends, of all things. Like, toxic League player, my 46-year-old dad.
That's still pretty sick.
Yeah, I don't know if he's good at it, but he doesn't yell at the computer when I go over to his house, so...
That's good.
There's that. I like that in my chat and in yours, two separate entities said, oh no.
That's true. It's two.
But yeah, I got into that, like, really young, before I knew about, you know, geopolitics or genealogy and genetic engineering, which is a lot of what that game discusses. Admittedly, very flimsily and wrong, but pretty funny.
I think my stream just crashed.
That is not good. I'm real sorry.
Well, folks can probably hear me on your stream. Yeah, my OBS just crashed. I'm gonna restart mine. Here, I'm gonna run to the next area, and I'm gonna restart my OBS and reconnect.
Do it on purpose? You should be sorry. How dare you? Look. Apparently... oh no. Oh
Now
no,
they should be
they
able
can
to hear
hear me, but not you?
Now they can hear me. Alright, we're back. Oh dear.
Oh, genius.
Doing it live, like Uchi just said.
That's how it be sometimes.
Now I'm sweating. I was doing pretty well temperature-wise, now I'm sweating.
Is it hot in Michigan?
You know, surprisingly enough, the last day or two has been quite hot. I looked up the Celsius so I could tell you guys what it was. It's been like 16 Celsius for the last couple weeks. It jumped up to like 27 for a couple days here. Which is quite a bit.
That's pretty warm.
Which, I mean, it's not like crazy hot, but in relation to 16, it's quite hot.
Yes, it's been weirdly cold here the past couple of days. Spring has sprung, and I'm cold. I'm gonna blast you away. Sorry.
That's okay.
Never mind. I'm not gonna blast you away.
Will Ristretto get blasted on in this cast? We shall see.
Oh, you will.
There's shiny over here
will
too.
that badness into existence. Please don't hit me, Kurapeko. Ow!
No.
You clapped me.
All right.
Red sharpness is not good.
So before my stream unceremoniously dumped me out for a moment there, you were telling me about how you had little to no familiarity with geopolitics before you played Metal Gear Solid. I'm assuming that changed changed in a big way when you played that game for the first time.
Nope, it was just haha funny sneaking game when I was young. I was like 5 when I first played that game.
I feel like it would add a lot to like my perception of your character. For like, yes, I was awakened by Metal Gear Solid at the young age of 5.
Yeah, it like delves into the idea of cloning and, you know, atomic warfare and the inevitability of war and how it's bad for you, and it's a mess.
I would like to play those games.
I start with 3. I think you would really love 3. It's got this wacky spy aesthetic. It's got this ridiculous theme song that is an absolute banger and a half.
I've heard.
It's got a man who smiles at a beehive. It's got a man who is a beehive, but I'll say no more.
Well, I appreciate the restraint. Well, thank you for sharing about that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, talking about old games is fun. Thanks
All right.
for giving me an avenue to sing praises to MGS.
That's what we're all about here on the Unnamed 3U cast.
Absolutely. You know, I find it weird, but Metal Gear Solid and Monster Hunter are like very tangentially related. I believe Ichinose worked on Peace Walker, and some of Peace Walker, which is one of the PSP titles, had to have been built in one of the Monster Hunter engines, because they play and look very similar.
There's crossover stuff too, right?
Yep, in Portable Third you can get some costumes, and Rathalos, Tigrex, however you want to call him. And yeah, that's the point. Everyone corrects me no matter what I say, so I'm just going to say it wrong every time. And a brand new monster called Gear Rex, which was designed as some cool Monster Hunter thing, was made for that game, and you can shoot Tigrex with an AK-47. It's pretty cool.
That does sound neat. If I play through the Metal Gear games someday, I will be sure to experience the Monster Hunter content. And in fact, that's probably my justification for playing them, honestly. Rist, why are you playing these games? This isn't Monster Hunter. Well, Rathalos is in it, so I have to go play the whole series.
Yeah, if you get the HD collection, it comes with Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, and Peace Walker, which is that one. And canonically, 3 is first on this timeline, so...
So I have heard. Ah, I didn't quite get him. I would say this hunt has gone better than some of our hunts last time.
Oh, absolutely. I'm back in the 3U groove.
No! Okay, I got blasted away that time. I may have been going for the spirit finisher.
Good. That's exactly how they're meant to go.
That's okay. I feel like the fact that I'm a longsword tripping you and you're a gun lance blasting me away is kind of poetic.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we have a handful of topics lined up for us to talk about this week. But the first one that we have on our list is to talk about Monster Hunter Endgames, which is a pretty big one. It's a pretty big one.
Yeah, I think with Rise releasing, that's been something I've been sort of dying to talk about. Not in a way that's like I'm gonna speak ill of Rise, but what would you say your favorite Monster Hunter Endgame is at this point? How does it look to you?
I haven't experienced them all. I think the games that I would say I've played some of the Endgame are a bit of Free Me Night, a bit of World, a little bit of 4U, and Rise, and that's it. I really haven't played through like GU's Endgame. I haven't played through this game's Endgame. I haven't spent a lot of time in a lot of them yet. I've gotten to the end of some of those games, but not finished them. And like, I don't know, played a lot of their Endgame, but I've experienced a little bit of it, enough to be able to tell you that I guess for me, I don't know. I think I'm weird. Are you gonna hit it with that?
I'm trying. I'm trying to see if I wanted to know if I could like
I think you can.
do some fancy footwork, but you know what we can actually do? We can tug ourselves in here and vibrate.
The shell.
I was hoping I would hit him with the backswing. It says Michelle.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
I'm not sure what endgame I would prefer personally. Like I've sampled all of these, so I've had some ones that were based on big grinds to get augments. I've had some ones that were based on just farming up gear, and I don't really know where I fall on that spectrum personally.
You know, I'm personally of the opinion that World had a very solid endgame, even if it didn't necessarily feel like it.
Now, when you say world, are we saying Iceborne or base world? Because there's a pretty, I feel like there's a pretty big distinction.
Both iterations of it I actually liked a lot. And this actually comes off the back of Rise coming out. And that is, I liked World's endgame, not so much for deco farming, because that was a real pain, I feel. I didn't like the decoration system in that game so much. But I do like that tempered monsters and tempered monsters dropping you parts for augments and stuff. They meant that you had to fight everything in the game. Where games like Rise, they don't incentivize you to fight things that you're not gonna build gear for or not doing like challenge runs on. Like, I can count on one hand how many times I've willingly gone out of my way to fight a bishop hand after Rise's story was over, or, you know, an Atkinson. And, you know, these monsters were lovingly crafted, but just there's no incentive for me to go fight them. Same with the Apex monsters, more or less. You know, they touted them as these big updates that are, you know, big and special and important, and then just kind of nothing.
So that kind of leads into the first thing I have us talking about here in endgames. Nice finish. Is what to you makes a good endgame? It sounds like to you part of it might be reasons to go and hunt the whole cast, or at least revisit some of the cast, and reasons that are applicable to you, not just collecting or not just doing challenge runs, but reasons that are related to upgrading some of the final gear in the game, or getting some part of, I don't know, some kind of new unlock ground up.
I personally think World may have done that the best. Like, just augment system and the, you know, I don't like the guiding lands in practice, but I think maybe I like it more as time goes on.
I think I'm pretty, like, I personally didn't like base games endgame that much. It felt to me like, I don't know, a lot of the people spent a lot of time grinding a pretty small subset of monsters in World's endgame. I mean, I don't know if you had to, but the folks who I was rolling with at that time made it sound like you basically just had to fight the Elder Dragons, tempered Elder Dragons, and that was basically it. There wasn't much of a reason to fight the other ones. So, I found that to be kind of a bummer, especially in regards to decorations. But I did like Iceborne's quite a bit. The guiding lands was a lot of fun to go through. I think, especially in retrospect, the guiding lands was just such a cool idea, and I hope that they do something either built off of that idea or even just something kind of similar to it again. Because I mean, like, I don't know, having an area or having a big map. Imagine if they made it even bigger. I mean, like, having a big map like that's got so many different ways that you can kind of push out into it and unlock things, and it was really neat. There was nothing else like that in the series, really, so I thought that was pretty cool for an endgame.
I agree. I think maybe the elements of it that I didn't like were you had to level up every individual area and all that jazz. And while I think that was a really cool idea, it was like, you know, you coordinate with your friends. You do Rotten Vale and Coral Highlands, and I'll do, you know, Ancient Forest and the desert place, and then, you know, we'll get some schmuck to level up the final area, the final couple, Volcano and
Ice, right?
Iceland.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think in that sense, it was a really cool and fantastic idea. I think the one area in which it fell down was the fact that you could only unlock tracks for specific monsters. So you were sort of rolling the gacha to be allowed to fight stuff that you actually wanted to. But also, I think that maybe that was a good thing, in a sense, because you had to see members of the cast that you otherwise wouldn't be interested in, and it incentivized hunting for the sake of hunting, like just playing the game as games are meant to be, not like some checklist where you're just, yep, let's move forward. So I hope that whatever Monster Hunter 6 does, they sort of refine that idea, but even like 3 Ultimate has a pretty interesting end game that I think you'll see, and I never really got bored of it as such.
How would you describe 3 Ultimate's endgame?
I think that in a lot of ways you'll see that they have that hunter rank requirement in a sort of finicky and removed way, I guess, but the end game of 3U is pretty standard to like what I could imagine Freedom Unites would be. It's just like you have these quests and you do them for gear and you farm upsets. And
okay, so how do you feel about that? Like, before we were talking about a system, basically a system like the Guiding Lands, or I don't know, you could say the Temperate Investigations. There's guild quests in 4 Ultimate that would drop relics, that kind of thing. There's a system for you to level up, for you to experience, for you to grind, that might give you a reason to hunt some of the other monsters, but it's kind of a separate reason than just, I want to go hunt all the monsters. How do you feel about a game where it's just kind of, there's no system involved, it's just a lot of hard quests at the end and you grind up cool gear? Is that an endgame to you?
That is an endgame to me. Like, I think that it's better in like 3 Ultimate rather, than say Rise, mainly because it does feel like you're working towards something. Like, I think the element of reward is nice, because like sometimes you're just going you're making a set because you're like, yeah, I can do this, you know, gold star, take it and you pin it on your chest. Whereas in Rise it's like, yep, I've hunted Teostra 2 times, I've gotten every material that I would ever need from this monster, and I don't ever really need to look at him again, and you know, now we're just waiting for G rank, whatever. It's sort of, I think it takes away that element of feeling like you've accomplished something if they just give you the materials, and I think that that's one big setback. Like in GU even, I feel like I still need some materials from some monsters, and while maybe it's a little frustrating to deal with the desire sensor, I think it's better to have to fight lots of, like, one thing more than once, I guess, just for all of these things.
You said you needed some Baroth, right?
I'm not too fussed on the Baroth, actually.
Okay. I need some Carpenter bugs for some things. Do you want to do a quest in the Desert Island so we can get some Carpenter bugs?
Absolutely.
Would you like to hunt a monster or just do some gathering for it? What do you think?
Dealer's choice.
Let's get some mushrooms.
Let's do it. Shroom Patrol, I'm on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess to me, I've been feeling pretty, I don't know, confused isn't quite the right word for it, but just kind of at a loss for words in terms of how to describe how I feel about endgames to folks. I feel like it's a topic that's come up a lot in the recent months, because Rise does not have an added system endgame like some of the other games in the series does. And if you're not grinding up loads of weapons, it is pretty easy to get a lot of the materials within a couple quests for any particular weapon you might need, if saying you're only going to play 1 or 2 weapon types. I guess for me, I think all I really need from an endgame is hard fights, to be completely honest with you. Hard fights that you're required to do in order to get, you're required to grind in order to get, like, conceivably all the weapons from that monster's gear. And I think, to me, it's like, if the fight is hard enough, it doesn't even matter if you're only grinding up 1 weapon. You're gonna have a tough time getting it, and you're gonna remember it, and it's gonna be memorable. Like, let's say the Valstrax that's in Rise, the variant of Valstrax that's in Rise. I feel like that's a pretty difficult hunt. Maybe it's less so difficult if you're using some of the strongest gear in the game already, but I feel like it's a pretty difficult time. And so I feel like even if you don't have to do them a whole bunch of times, even just 2 or 3 clears of that quest is pretty memorable to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I liked Crimson Glow a lot. Also, we're being rated by my good friend America Online at AOL.com.
Nice.
Lovely streamer friend. Thank you so much, buddy. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Yeah, Crimson Glow was good, but I don't know, man. I think I think maybe I struggle with Rise's endgame, not so much for the fact it's like it's not bad. I want to say that it's not bad at all. It's just maybe a little bit easy, and I feel like I never really had the reason to go back and do some of the lower tier quests. But maybe that's I think that that's on the individual, because there's nothing stopping me from going back and fighting a Bishop 10.
I felt
I think having a more open-ended endgame is probably for the best. It's probably... Sorry, please.
No, you go ahead. I want you to finish your thought. I'm sorry.
I think it's probably better to have more options for the player to decide what it is that they want to do, like a game is. And, you know, some people suffer from option paralysis. You know, if you have so many things that you can do, why would you do anything? And I think that's what turns a lot of people off. Like, there's nothing stopping you from making every weapon in the game. There's nothing stopping you from making every set in the game. And I think that I'm no game developer, but incentivizing people to do something is really easy. Incentivizing people to do something and making them think it was their idea is really hard. It's really difficult. Like, if you... I don't know. I think if you had some weird, like, set bonuses, like some real variety in sets that... And I think there's a step in the right direction with having, like, full set bonuses. But I think if there were some really odd sets that gave you... Like, this was my initial idea for Rise, right? It was... like, armor sets gave you effectively what are switch skills now, I think.
Okay. That's interesting.
And
Actually change parts of your moveset.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I imagine you fight in Glavenus and it gives you, like, let's say a parry, which is just a guard point for sword and shield. I feel like being able to spec into things like that would have made fighting certain monsters really interesting, and finding out how you could augment your playstyle using, you know, some of these lower tier monster parts. And really, you know, if I want to try out this one particular facet of my weapon, or really lean into this thing, and this is getting overly complex, and this is just an idea that has no real thought behind it, that would incentivize you to go back a little bit. And I think that ever-changing gameplay is a good way to incentivize things, and it's really hard to do that in Monhun. So,
do you think
I guess.
Do you think that they're worried about not, like, if they were to do something like that, like give different monsters full sets, kind of big moveset changes? Do you think that they would be worried about people complaining they wouldn't be able to get everything they wanted on one set?
Oh, absolutely. I think that I don't even think what I'm saying is necessarily a good idea. I just think that I think it's, if nothing else, an interesting idea. I don't think it's one that should be implemented, and I think that it would be weirdly restrictive, and, you know, you could be stuck with a set you really don't like the look of. Like, let's say it's the bone set that gives you, you know, the hammer triple pound or something. I don't think they should take away, like, moves in the same way something like Valor does, but I think making you want to go back and do everything that they've created for you would be a fantastic example of an endgame. And I think World came pretty darn close with the augment system, because you're still like fighting all of the monsters whilst working on the gear it is that you want to work on.
Okay, here's my I guess I have sort of a counterpoint about Rise's particular endgame design, and that is, I thought they did a really good job of giving you reasons to go hunt some of the monsters in terms of both your layered armor and your decorations and your ramp ups. Across those three systems, you have a lot of random monster parts that you need to go get from even early monsters, and I feel like that's a pretty decent reason to go back and farm those monsters there. To me, that's, like, I think, especially for a high rank game, which I kind of want to touch on in a minute here, is what are your different expectations for a high rank end game versus a G rank end game. But especially for a high rank game, I feel like the reasons they gave you to hunt monsters in Rise were pretty good, and it was diverse, which is, I think, what really mattered to me. Is you'd have all kinds of different monster parts play into all kinds of different decorations. It wasn't just, oh, all the best decorations you got to farm like the Elder Dragons. It's like, no, there were all kinds of monster materials in all kinds of those decorations and ramp ups and stuff.
See, I kind of like, I do enjoy the ramp up system. I still think that to ramp something up, it didn't take enough.
Sure, yeah,
Like,
but I mean the boosts also weren't very large.
that's very true. That's true. I guess my feeling on that is ramp up would be more meaningful. Like, you know, regardless of what the boost is, it could be 2%. 2% is, you know, 2% of what in this instance, but
sure.
you know, 2%, let's say. The harder you have to work for something, I guess the more you appreciate it. And maybe that's just my personal feelings, and that's the thing about Mon Hun in general. Like, personal feelings for everyone are so large and varied, and everyone has different things they want and different expectations, and I think it would be very hard to make a game that's going to please everyone. But I think, and I agree, 3U is really stingy on some stuff, but I really do enjoy how hard it hits you, and it expects you to work like very, very hard for your sets and what it is that you want. Like, there is no just doing, I don't know, say one Abyssal Lagiacrus and bada bing bada boom, you have its weapon. It's
So-
like, you're gonna do 10 of those suckers and you still might not get what you need.
How do you feel about that in terms of world? Because to me, that was like, while World's Endgame had a lot of variety in a lot of ways, one of its weaker aspects to me, especially the base game one, I guess both base game and Iceborne both had one thing that kind of threw me off. For me, Tempered Investigations, where you just had the yellow, or not even just Tempered, sorry, Investigations, where you just had the gold reward boxes, so you could just go, oh, okay, so to optimize my grind for this piece, I'm just going to load up this quest with this gold box, and I'm just going to kill it however I need to, don't need to worry about breaking parts, don't need to worry about cutting tails, and I'll just get it eventually. Like, and then Iceborne had the melding system with the tickets, where you could just always go out and, I mean, it was like, I guess in the old games too, you could take a ticket and give it to the Veggie Elder and get a rare, but it was a lot more obtuse to do so, and you weren't given one like clockwork every week. To me, that's too frequent. Where like, if I know that I'm playing the game a couple times in the week, maybe I'm not playing it every day, and it's like, oh well, I kind of need to go get this like Raging Brachydios rare, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just wait 3 days and let the rare drop, let the rare ticket pop up so I can get it for free. Like, to me, that's lame. To me, that kind of takes away from the weight and the worth of a lot of those weapons and things.
I can totally agree with that. I guess on like some aspects, I like it, but, and this is gonna sound weird, but I think maybe there's a lot about Rise's or like World's matchmaking system for me that maybe makes stuff like that more worth it, because Brachydios, or Raging Brachydios, he was always such a pain to, like, you know, you want to hunt with friends or hunt with other people, right? And you do it with randoms, and then you get into a quest with like 5 different people, and then they 3-cut. I don't know. I think, oh man, this becomes such a wide open nonsense conversation that I'm having, but
Sure.
it's like, let's say I take you and the 2 other friends, and we fight Raging Brachydios, and it's not like on an SOS or something. We can do it like 5 times and triple the first 4 times, but then we'll get it, and then it's like, oh, we got nothing, but we still did it. I don't know. I think some of the systems within World were maybe to alleviate the multiplayer system, I guess, or not by design, but they did for me. I don't know.
The multiplayer system.
I think maybe that's its own topic, but
Okay, that's all right. Uchi pointed out in my chat that I was admitting about investigations that sometimes they would have extra stipulations, like you couldn't do them in multiplayer, or you'd have a different time limit. And I guess what I would say about that is it just felt like if you were actually trying to get a rare, you just wouldn't do one of those a lot of the time. It's like, oh, that one's a 15-minute timer. Well, I guess I'm not going to do that one. I'm just going to get the one that's got like, it's got slightly less time, or oh, I can't do it in multiplayer when I'm grinding it out solo. And you would just find one that was basically low risk for yourself, whatever it was. Whether you didn't think you were in a cart 3 times, you didn't think you'd need the time, or you didn't think you'd need the other person in the quest. To me, that still didn't make up for the fact that it deprives a really interesting part of grinding for rares. in Monster Hunter is like if you have a rare you need, you have to go out and you have to learn exactly what parameters are gonna like get you that rare the quickest, whether it's breaking the head or carving the tail. And I think that's interesting. It might get old after you've cut that head and broken that tail off a bunch of times, but to me that's still more interesting than just going, okay, I'm just gonna do this quest with the yellow box and I'm gonna get it eventually. Like I don't know.
I think on that note, like I never found anything in World difficult enough that I read one of the challenges and went, yep, I'm not doing that one because it's too tough. Like, play Monster Hunter for long enough, and I think, you know, once you have some sets under your belt, even the 15-minute hunts, like, you would expect to get it done in that amount of time. Like, particularly when it comes to 5th gen, you sort of slam through those bad boys.
How are you finding the unique mushrooms, by the way? I'm not getting very many of them.
I have gotten 3, and I delivered them, and I thought I had a couple more, but I did not.
I've not gotten very many. Uchi says from us no-lifers, it's a less effective point. I guess that's fair, but to me, it's just like, I don't know. To me, I think that just giving a quest to you and saying, like, this quest is the one you're going to do if you want the rares kind of cheapens things. Takes away from a core part of the experience.
I think Uchi has actually, you know, pointed out something good that I would otherwise miss because I'm daft. Yeah, like, games are not made in mind with the highest, like, 5% of players. They're made with folks who kind of just want to come and go and give it a whirl, and I think the ticket system is there, I guess. I think it's there for people who do want to play the game, but let's say they don't necessarily have, I don't want to say the skill, but the accumulated knowledge, like through playing lots of Mon Hun or,
sure,
you know, the time to invest. They want to play it a little bit more casually, and I think for that aspect, that's probably better. And I think designing games with mass appeal is, well, smart from a money standpoint, so of course they're going to do that. But also, I don't really feel like it took away from my experience that much. I don't feel like World was so unchallenging and so easy that I sort of wanted to give up. In fact, I want to revisit World, you know, sometime very soon.
Me too.
Like, I think World is a really, really solid experience and maybe got snubbed a bit at inception.
I think that...
Oh,
you go ahead.
No, please.
I think that all Monster Hunter games seem like they're going to get snubbed in inception. People, as the series gets more popular and there are more various groups of people who are all looking forward to the next release, you're going to have more people who are unsatisfied with what gets put out, which is a bummer. Because, I mean, like you said, like, it would be very difficult to design a game that would satisfy every group of people who's trying to play those games. And I think that's kind of what like something I wanted to come back to with the endgame discussion. It's like, I don't think you're going to be able to make an endgame that satisfies everybody, but it surprised me to see how many people just wanted some kind of grind. Like, I don't know. Even in a high rank game, it surprised me to see how many folks wanted that.
Yeah, I think Mon Hun is... Oh, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm being delivered a cup.
That's okay. That's fine. Sounds nice. I'm getting... like, this is... I'm kind of surprised by how awful RNG I'm getting. I'm getting everything but unique mushrooms.
Well, at least you won't have to farm up some blue mushrooms.
That's true, I won't.
No, I think that was part of the point I tried to raise last time. It's like, nobody actually knows what they want. Players, you know, this includes me. I don't know what I want. I'm stupid. I'm a dumb player. Don't make the game for me. Make the game that you want to make. And I don't know. I guess that would be how you can satisfy people, by telling them, shut up, no, this is what you want. But we already did all that.
I guess so.
I don't know. Endgame is such a tricky
it's so
topic
broad, man.
Because that's the answer. I do not know what I want. You don't know what you want. Everybody thinks they know what they want, but they don't.
It's true. I sure think I know what I want, though.
Okay, like, 5 bullet points. What do you think the ideal endgame for you is? You appear to be being chased by a plethora of melanxes.
They want my mushrooms.
Well, I can't.
For me, this is awful, by the way. There's just no mushrooms. There's no mushrooms anywhere. We've gotten them all. There's no unique mushrooms. What the hell? My something like an ideal endgame for me would be, I think, plenty of almost equally as good weapons that have maybe one characteristic that would make them good if you were min-maxing, but outside of that, it almost wouldn't matter. So a game that's similar to that from what I've heard is Generations Ultimate at its endgame. And also well, maybe I won't talk too much about Free Knight's endgame, but Free Knight's endgame could be a little bit like that. I won't spoil it because you're playing through that game. But Generations Ultimate, I've heard, is like that, where you have many different weapons, and they're all pretty decent. There are some outliers that are a little bit stronger, but I don't know. You look at an endgame like Rise, and you've got a spread of weapons that are okay, and you've got some really strong ones, and then there's a lot of ones that just end at like rarity 5, and they're like yellow, and you're like, what? Why would you ever use that at the end of the game? I wish that there were more weapons where it's like, hey, they're all around the same raw, but this one's got like a little bit higher raw, or this one's got a little bit better sharpness, and this one's got like the highest fire, but only just, and like this other one's got like a slightly different balance. Maybe it's got a little bit lower raw, but higher fire. And so like you can really make almost anything work at that point. And I think that's cool. I really like that. That's kind of my first thing I would like, is just a very kind of equal end game at the end in terms of weapons and gear. I think that would make a lot of people happy in terms of lots of different things they could collect and do equally well with. And just in terms of, you don't have to really pay as much attention to frickin' the meta of like, oh, Tigrex longsword with Silkbind boost, when you've got like almost everything kind of equal in that way.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The ramp up for weapons was a brilliant step in the right direction for making people use things that are not just like your bread and butter. This gives me the most affinity for sharpness value, which is like what a lot of people do, and you know that's meta. Like that's how you get big number. I think one thing that bugged me about the ramp up system is it didn't lean as hard into making those weapons unique as it could have. Like, you know, giving you certain. I personally think that some of the ramp up stuff would have benefited from changing the way you play.
There are a few like that.
A few, yes, but maybe I guess not enough. Yeah.
Not enough. There's like the cat's paw dual blades where you do all crits, but your sharpness is crazy, or
yeah,
vice versa. I forget.
But yeah, I think Rise has a lot of problems with just going in like half cocked on some things. And I would love to see them change that. And you know, I know you wanted to discuss like high rank game versus
G rank game, yeah.
G rank game. The only two I've ever played were, well, World and now Rise. I'd never played a high rank game before that, or a game without G rank. So I guess I don't really get to have an opinion because I don't know what that looks like. But
I haven't played a lot of the end games, so I feel kind of similar. And like there are a lot of people who are very adamant about like, well, this other game had this end game, so why doesn't this other one have anything like that? It's like I haven't played a lot of those end games, so I don't feel that strongly about them. But I don't know. For me, like I said, I'd like the weapons to be kind of equally balanced like that. I think also for me, I really want there to be a meaningfully different, harder version of many monsters. I think it's another way to make monsters a lot more interesting at the end game. Is like, let's say you have a Bishaten that's at the end of Rise, and it's just super Bishaten. And I don't even really necessarily need anything from that. I don't need a special rare drop. I don't need, like, maybe that's how you, maybe if you have to put a drop behind it, maybe that's how you start to unlock layered armors, is you have to beat the super version of a monster. And when I say meaningfully different, I mean, it's really comparatively difficult to take on that quest. It's not just, oh, it has a little more HP, or oh, it does a little more damage. It's like, no, these two moves are boosted. It doesn't necessarily have to have new moves, but these two moves do a ton more damage, and you really have to watch out for them or something like that. And like, so beating Super Bishaten would be a lot more interesting than going back and just bullying a regular one. I don't have any mushrooms on the map anymore, by the way.
Does this game have a 4-minute respawn timer? I'm sure we'll find out.
I thought it did, but like, I'm not seeing any mushrooms respawn. I'm just running in a circle looking for mushrooms. This is not good.
How many do I have? I have 7 unique mushrooms.
That's all we need. Go deliver them.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know. I think like Super Bishaten with nothing tied to it, that's not enough for me. I think like the end game to Monster Hunter, at the very least for me, involves me making things. You know, making little trophies that I can put on my my little shelf and going, yep, that's neat. Like a, you know, as bad as it is to say, like a stamp collection. I like making sets. I like collecting things and, you know, making sets with these these numbers, or like leaning into this one skill and finding skills that complement these things. And I think that if they had a few more skills that were a bit more synergistic with others, that would be way better, rather than just like attack good, do attack.
People in my chat have just found the bear spin emote for the first time.
It is good. It's good emote.
Thanks to Carrot for making that. That's something we had happen on last night's stream. Let's see. I guess this is such an overarching topic. Like you said, I feel like we could draw this out over the course of an entire evening. But
yeah,
for me, I think the things that I would like are weapons to be balanced, like I said before, where they're somewhat equal with just barely imperceptible almost differences between them for folks who really want to min-max, and for the rest of the folks can just go, hey, I want to use the Ignactor Longsword. If there's an Ignactor Longsword, I don't even know if there is one, but I want to use that weapon. And it not mattering too much if you're using that one versus the meta Longsword or whatever it is. I'd like there to be super versions of monsters. Like I said, you could tie something like layered armor to them if you wanted, or just a slightly higher drop chance for charms or something, but I'd like there to be a harder version of different monsters. Even if it's just a statted up version, make it statted up in a way that matters and actually tough. And I think besides you go ahead.
Please, finish your thought.
I guess besides that, the only other thing I'd like... I feel like I had another thought, but it kind of got away from me. I guess... It got away from me. You go ahead. You say your thing. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I think if all the weapons and what have you had barely imperceptible differences, then everything is meaningless. So I don't think that that's... Like, I think from an objective standpoint, everything... In a game of numbers, thing have to have the highest number, you know? This thing, highest number. It has to. I don't think it has to be so out there crazy as, like... you know, the Draken set from Endgame World, or it doesn't have to be like as objectively good as, say, like the Fatalis set. But I think that in a game of like you're measuring up, you got basically like 4 things that you pick a weapon on: sharpness, affinity, attack, and slots. That's the final thing. Like, they have to have these trade-offs, and you have to say, what do I value more? But I think the main problem there in terms of balance for me is affinity is just so much better than... Like who cares about, slot value when you just have mad affinity? Or who cares about slot value when you have mad sharpness? Like, you know, the only things anyone really cares about is, like, does this have a high enough base level of attack to get me through with this affinity, and can I get it to purple sharpness? That's all it's ever really been. Like, that seems
That seems
to me. I don't like that. Oh, and also element. Sorry, I forgot about element.
I think I've seen a larger number of people clamoring for there to be a big shakeup in terms of how things are balanced in the games. Whether it's making things like, maybe making kind of large full set changes like what you were proposing before, making skills actually very interesting and changing up your play style, but still tied into the actual armor system and not things like switch skills or styles or arts, that kind of thing. I think it'll be interesting going forward if more people start feeling that way, or if people are content to just stick with the let me stick lots and lots of damage on this set.
Yeah, I think like I was saying last time, get rid of some attack and affinity augmenting skills. There's too many of them. Replace them with things that are interesting.
I felt like that way for a little bit. I was watching a video on YouTube of a guy talking about Monster Hunter Dose, and there's one point in this video where this guy starts overlaying every skill in Monster Hunter World that could boost your, like, could conceivably boost your attack, and he starts layering them over the screen with descriptions of how much they can affect your raw, and it just covers the screen and keeps going. There's so many different ways to boost your attack. It's just like, man, do we have enough ways to boost our attack yet? Like, it's kind of nuts. Well,
I don't know.
I've kind of poorly answered my thoughts on it. What would your ideal end game in Monster Hunter be like, Phallus? And what would some aspects of that be?
Like the real answer is I have no idea.
Okay.
Give me something I don't know that I want. But like it's hard not to draw on the, you know, forgive me for saying this, but I think like Monster Hunter really would benefit from maybe, like, let's say they just do one more big entry and they keep adding to it, a la Frontier, something that keeps you coming back, because it really does lead itself into like content updates, not in the way that World and Rise seem to be doing them, where we're being drip fed like content that we've come to expect, but you know, like once you hit a point with Monster Hunter, you can kind of put it on the shelf and then you bust it out when a friend bugs you. But like, I think for me, an end game is one where I just have different monsters, I guess. Like, it's really hard to say that a game like Monster... when you say end game, it always applies to something like an MMO. It always applies to pretty much every... I can't think of anything else that I would be like, yep, this game has like a definitive end game, I know what it looks like, etc. It's like you do raids with your friends every week, or all of that stuff.
Sorry.
It's okay, truly. So it's really hard for me to pin down that kind of thing, and the more we talk, the more I think about this stuff, and I have been writing down some thoughts and stuff, the more I realize, like, Monhun really is this weird, like, ubiquitous thing that exists in a sphere unlike anything else. Like, nobody has latched on to, I think, another game franchise that is like, that plays like Monster Hunter without it being an MMO. Like, I think that it is one of those things that it's an MMO, if you will.
An MMO?
Like, yeah, it sort of exists in that same sphere, but without actually being one. And I think that's what's so interesting to people about Frontier, is it would satisfy those kind of needs. And I would be definitely open to the idea that I'm wrong on that one, but
I think Frontier, I mean, it depends on the monetization of it, and it depends on how they did the content and how they actually like designed the game to keep progressing, because I think Frontier got really messy towards the end. I only played a little bit of it, but when you played through it at the end, you could really tell that years and years of content had just been like purposely depreciated in a way where even if you were new to the series, you couldn't play through that content in a way that valued it. It was only skipped at that point, and it was a shame.
And that's a big problem with MMOs as well. You need to get in on the ground floor. But let's say tomorrow, or you know, let's go back to 2018. They're like, all right, World, that's the last mainline game we're gonna do, and every 2 years we're gonna do an Iceborne expansion type thing for it. And that game played exactly as it did. How would you feel? Would you be happy with that? Would you be upset with that?
I would personally be upset with that, because I think that World was a fresh new take for them, a brand new direction for the series, and I think that they would either have to change it in ways so meaningful that it would be kind of messy to tack on many different mechanics and changes to that game's starting point, or I would not be happy with how it was if they only added onto it in minor ways. Like, if they just kept adding maps and monsters but didn't change the underlying mechanics, I don't think I would be satisfied with Monster Hunter World as the last Monster Hunter game personally.
So what mechanics would they have to,
but not Monster Hunter World for me personally.
What mechanics would they have to add to make it
it's not
more diverse, I guess?
It's not so much add, it's almost take away and refine existing ones there, which is something that I guess you could do, but the more you do that, the more it gets kind of messy going back to old content. For me, I feel like monsters in Monster Hunter World needed very different like attack patterns, that even in Master Rank, I felt like they didn't move nearly fast enough, or have things nearly challenging enough for the newfound levels of fluidity that the player has in terms of their moveset and their skills. At least in the base world, I thought there was not enough like HP in a lot of monsters. They died too quickly, and Iceborne did better about that, but I don't know, I guess I think over the course of the series, you see them iterate with each entry. Like, they iterate with Rise from World, they iterate with 4 Ultimate from 3 Ultimate, etc. And I think it does the games, the series, a lot of favors. And I feel like the kind of iterating that they do to get the combat better in between games and slowly just add on to it would be kind of messy to tack onto a single game. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I feel about it.
okay, let's say, I think I worded my question poorly. Let's say, you know, I don't just mean world as it is right now. Let's say, like, world, when it came out, was a pretty polished experience. You know, you didn't really feel like they had to change too much. Like, you were happy with it as it was. It didn't feel experimental or weird. How would you feel if they were like, that one's the last one? We're going to keep on supporting this game for years, and we're going to add, you know, these new attack styles, a la, you know, Frontier or what have you. And they kept it pretty much a consistent thing all the way through. But let's say like 5 years from now, you wanted to pick up that game after missing 2 expansions or something, because, you know, your homeboy Phallison is like, yep, let's go. But you have to grind through another 4 years worth of content to get up to that point. Do you think that's bad, or do you think that's okay?
I don't think that
like,
fits what I want from this series, personally. I'm okay with the games having defined starts and ends, and I think that letting the games have defined starts and ends lets them design the content and the scaling and the balancing of things in terms of monsters, in terms of gear, in a way, in terms of just the progression through the game in a way that makes sense and can feel more natural and, like, I don't know, designed, for lack of a better word. When you start just making it endless and you start just letting things go on and on and on, I think things rapidly get messy in terms of, like, okay, how does it feel to play through this game? If you design it to feel good to play through when it's the last expansion, will it still feel good to play through when there are other expansions bookending it? And I think that, I mean, maybe a good enough team could balance that. I haven't played that many MMOs, so maybe some teams do pull that off. But to me, I don't think that Monster Hunter fits well with that, personally.
Okay, I think that's a very fair assessment as well. I don't know. Like, the thing for me is, I don't know how many more entries would you be comfortable being excited about a Rathalos in?
I mean, if they make him meaningfully better or different in the different games to fit whatever speed of combat or environmental details they're using in that game, dude, I'm gonna be down forever, personally. I think Rise's Rathalos is the best one in the series. I'm most amped to fight that out of all the ones in the series, to be honest with you. And it's brand new. I agree. And it's like, it's many games in. I don't know.
I do agree that he is, in fact, the best one. But it's very hard for me to be like, yeah, you know, like, put Rathalos back in. Because it's like, no matter what, it's still, you know, the form is the same. The how may be different, but the why is the same. I guess. It's sort of finicky, and it's like, starting a new Monster Hunter game, it's like playing through Freedom Unite at the moment. It's like, I've seen every single monster that I've fought thus far, and I've seen them at least once or twice. And the game, while I'm enjoying it a lot, it doesn't feel... You know, I'm playing that game so I can see Yamasukami and, you know, Hypnocratus and stuff. It's like, it's kind of in that element that I feel, I guess, fascinated by. So I guess maybe an end game for me would have to be, if I was to be excited about an end game, it would need new stuff, I guess. But that's not really an end game. I don't know, the end game of Monster Hunter is as long or as short as you want it to be, I guess. There's nothing that makes it wrong to fight Shara Ishvalda and then call it quits there, I guess. Like, you are missing out on parts of content, but I think you have beaten that game. I think one time I said, oh, I beat this Monster Hunter game, and someone said, oh, what do you mean you beat it? How'd you beat it? It's like, well, I did all of the meaningful content. So where do you think the meaningful content ends in Monster Hunter? That's like I think a question that might help us reach an answer. What do you think the meaningful content is?
I think it depends on the player. I think that a good general purpose answer would be to say when you fought every monster, because then you've experienced basically all the content at least a bit. You haven't experienced the grind or maybe like the super event versions of some of those monsters or some of the toughest like multi-monster quests, but you've at least seen all the different like designs, you've taken a peek at all the gear, you've seen all the weapons, whatever. I think that's a pretty even place to say. For some people, it's just like whenever the credits roll, or like whenever the progression becomes obtuse, that's when they're done, which I think is also valid. But I think, like, to me, the answer would be when you fought all the monsters at least once.
Yeah, no, I think that's a a fair answer. I think endgame is kind of an obtuse or hard to pin down definition.
I was going to say, it seems very, I think in Monster Hunter especially, it's very personal. And so I think maybe that might be my resounding sentiment whenever people start talking about endgame going forward, is just everyone's endgame is going to be different. Even in the same endgame design of a Monster Hunter, let's say they have a certain system in place, like the Guiding Lands, like guild quests, whatever it is, everyone's experience with that and how they treat it is going to lead to a different experience. And so, like, how can you possibly say, like, you could ask 3 people who all say, oh, I want GU's endgame again, and they all mean different things. For one of them, it might mean transmog. For one of them, it might mean soloing EX Deviants. For one of them, it might mean, like, I don't know, freaking collecting all the weapons. Like, it's just, there's so much variety there. I don't really think that, I don't know. I think even people who say, oh, I want this endgame again, might not mean it in the same way that somebody else does.
Yeah, like, on my stream file, I've got, like, going on 600 hours GU, and I still haven't completed every quest. I've done every Deviant, done all the EXs, you know, farmed a couple of sets for every weapon. Like, I think I'm pretty comfortable to say, yep, I'm done. I'm done with that weapon. Well, done with that. Done with that game, rather.
Sure.
So, like, I got no desire to go back and do, you know, Hyper Congalala.
You don't?
Goodness golly gosh, I got no.
Oh, why not? He's such a cheeky guy.
Yeah, cheeky. Yeah, he's cheeked up all right.
He got some nice cheeks.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Like, this is a very interesting thought experiment, because I think this makes you compare Monster Hunter's, like, design philosophy as against design philosophy as a whole, like how it works in other games. Like, if you look at something, and forgive me for using the MMO comparison again, but if you look at something like, say, Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft, like, that has a very clearly defined
oh, you gotcha.
End game. He did get me. It's like, here's what you do once you beat the story. You do your raids, you get your gear, then you go and you farm up this thing because you want it, and it's like a dumb status symbol, and then maybe you do an ultimate or two, and then, you know, you can wait for the next expansion. And I think that it has, like, this sort of ever-rolling endgame. But Monster Hunter doesn't have an ever-rolling endgame. But we find ourselves coming back to, you know, start new characters, play, like, 3 Ultimate, 4 Ultimate again with friends all the time. You know, even, you know, make it to Hunter rank 99, like 999. You know, we keep coming back to do these things. And in what is effectively like a pretty, I'm not gonna say linear game, but like a game that definitely doesn't have all of that, but we still do it. And I can't quite work out why. Hunter rank 999 is a dumb status symbol that you can farm for, but it's not like meaningful like you did something hard, I would say. Like, I don't think that you experienced, you know, some unique content to get dumb status symbol that you can farm for.
Look. I feel like we have not reached much of a conclusion, and I feel like that's alright, but I don't know.
I think, yeah, like, not every... It's funny to, like, talk about things in general, because people, you always want to, like, feel like you wrap stuff up in a neat little package, right?
Sure.
No, you can't do that for this, because A, this is so individual. I can tell you what my individual conclusion is, and that is, like, I don't know what I want. Just keep making them fancy games, Ryozo. But it's okay to, like, not reach a conclusion and not have all of the answers, and I think it's important that, like, the longer we do this podcasty thing, is to understand that posturing like we have the answers would be very silly.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Because I'm still largely trying... I've played thousands of hours.
Yeah, same.
over the past, like, 10 years.
I've still got so much to learn.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people have played thousands of hours over the past 20 years. Tens of thousands of hours even. And I'm still trying to work out how I feel about stuff. Like, you know, I can play the weapons, I can fight the monster, I can beat the monster, and I've done like dumb challenge runs, I've done all this, and I still feel like maybe I just don't know how I feel about parts of the series. Maybe I don't know what I want, and I think that that's okay. But yeah, it's just...
I liked what you said earlier when you said that you want them, like, rather than whatever end game features you think you've enjoyed in the past, you want them to just make whatever game they want to make. I really feel that. I feel like not enough people step back and go, you know, I guess these developers have made, I don't know, 15 plus years of games that I like really enjoy. Maybe I should just kind of, I don't know, buckle up and enjoy whatever comes next.
Yeah, that's
which is kind of a silly note to end on, but I don't know. I think it's pretty valid.
That's like entirely how I feel about games in general now. Because ultimately I understand. I, as a consumer, I don't know very much. Like, I don't know about game development. I think you can think about it in the context of making music. And here's a really obtuse example, like a super dumb one that I'm sure will make sense, but you gotta feel me. There's this band called Deaf Heaven. They were formerly a black metal band, effectively. They made black metal band music, or black metal music with like shoegazy chords and stuff. And recently they put out what is effectively a dream pop album. And a lot of people were sort of like, oh, you know, I don't know about all this, you know, go back to making heavy music. And I think, for me, I'm viewing it more in the context of an artist because it's music, right? It's like, they made something that they wanted to make. They didn't want to make another black metal album. They didn't want to make this thing that they knew would please people or go to what they're known for. Like, after so long of making Monster Hunter games, you'd have to think that they're sick of some elements of it, right? Like,
yep, they don't want to make for you too.
They made like Monster Hunter 1 the way it was because of technical limitations. They made Monster Hunter World the way that it was because that's maybe the game that's more in line with what they wanted to make, but you know, it's still able to please people. But I don't know, I would really love to hear what the directors and producers have to say about the series. And I think when you have like these storied directors that have been working on the franchises for forever, like, does that vision change? Like, artistically, do you have a better idea of what it is that you want from something? It's really like hard to nail down. Like, I know for certain that if they made a game that was, it was like, all they kept from it was the bones of, like, you hunt the monster and you get the item to make better armor and weapons to fight bigger monster. That's all I need from a Monster Hunter game. That's all I want. That's the identity to me, really. It's not the stats, it's not the skills, it's not the progression system. It's fight the monster, get the armor. Get the armor to fight the bigger monster. That's like where I'll how I feel about it.
Well, I appreciate you talking, like, waxing eloquent about that for so long with me.
Yeah, and I just, like, as a final note, if you look at something like God Eater or Tokiden, they are taking the Monster Hunter formula, and it still doesn't feel like Monster Hunter, right? It's very weird.
Someone in my chat actually just asked about how you feel about something like Dauntless, which I think is relevant to that.
How do I like Dauntless? I've played it, and I didn't like it, but not because, oh, this ain't Monhan, but just because I didn't like the art style. I didn't feel like there was anything that it had to offer, and the gameplay felt a bit too floaty, which is the problem I have with a lot of the other Monster Hunter likes. But it is absolutely, like, it's worth it to those who would enjoy it. Like, no, I don't like Dauntless.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. Uchi's saying that Dauntless was pretty rough at launch, and I'm sure it was. I think it's, from just seeing footage of it over the years, I'm sure it's come a long way. I think the reason some of those games aren't really what a lot of us are looking for is that Monster Hunter is a pretty special balance of art and of challenge and of gameplay design all together, and all of those are at least quite good in all the games. Sometimes like the art style is like something you might not agree with. Sometimes the challenge might be what you're not looking for. Sometimes, I don't know, just the combat might not be, okay, I don't like that particular part of this game's combat in the series, but I feel like even the games that don't mesh with you as well as some of the other ones still have pretty fantastic versions of all three of those things, art and challenge and combat. And so I feel like it's hard to nail all of those things as consistently as Monster Hunter has for so long.
Yeah, like, and on the note of like, well, you know, I don't think this person was asking it like that, but let's say a straw man was like, oh, you know, fight the monster to get the better armor, to fight bigger monster, do you like Dauntless then?
Mm-hmm.
You know, again, this is a straw man, not directed at the person in your chat at all, but
that may have been their wording.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm still, you know,
you go ahead.
This is how they meant it.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
Let me put it down to this. Obviously, Monster Hunter has its own special feel, but I like it because it was this formula made by the Mon Hun devs, and I think that that's the identity that it has going for it, I guess. And being reductive isn't conducive to, you know, I feel like people probably know what I mean when I say that. You know that Mon Hun has a specific feel, and you know that it's not just like floaty combat and, you know, dinky stuff. We'll be here all day if we try and have that conversation.
I want this tail so bad. No!
Got him. Got him.
Nice kill. Nice bear off hunt.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, someone's saying, what about Tokiden now? You know, Tokiden, it's like, it's imitating, and I didn't like those things because they feel wrong. They don't feel like they have good combat. Okay, I guess, you know, if that's the route we're going to take, here's my 4-hour PowerPoint presentation on the particular, like, weapon feel and how hunts feel and how they have weight and everything else is just doing a poor job. But no one wants that 4-hour PowerPoint presentation because you know what I mean. Is kind of my point.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, did you want the tail and I just...
Mm-mm. I've been hitting the tail for the better part of 20 minutes. Don't worry.
I'm so sorry.
No, if it was going to come off, it was going to come off. It didn't come off, so we're fine.
I should have poked it.
I'm not the one who needs bear off parts.
It's true, but you are the one that, for the ego, needs the tail.
It's not for the ego, it's just fun.
No. For our ego.
Okay, for our ego, our collective podcast ego.
Truth.
That was my first bear off in this file.
Outstanding. Congrats. But yeah, it's not like Dauntless doesn't have something to offer. It just doesn't have the same thing to offer as Mon Hun. Tokiden has something. Does it just?
It does.
Yeah, like Mon Hun has stuff to offer, and you know, there's a reason we're not playing Dauntless on this podcast. There's a reason it's not going to be like Rist and Phal's Dauntless podcast now or Tokiden podcast. It's because we like Mon Hun, and obviously there's something unique about it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny you say that, Phallison. Dauntless is actually going to come up a second time during this stream, and I think it's about as decent a time as any. Like, we've been having a somewhat heavy conversation for a little bit now. We will have some more, but I wanted to go ahead and transition us over to our meal for the day. I feel like it's about time we sat down and had a good meal together. How about you?
Yes.
So, like last time, we have something fun we're going to be doing here. Phallison and I, last week we looked at or 2 weeks ago rather, last fortnight, we took a look at some box arts. This week, both Phallison and I went through lists of all the in-game food across all of the games, and we picked out a couple favorites from some of those games, just to talk about what some of our favorite, I don't know, first generation, or sorry, what some of our favorite foods are from the series. I feel like we should talk about the canteens too, but let's start with the foods. Phallison, what tickles your fancy? What are some of your favorite dishes in Monster Hunter?
Can I just start by saying, thorny meat sounds like the most disgusting thing ever, and it's in like every Monster Hunter game. I don't understand.
Hey, it's a classic.
Why would you eat something? But it's thorny. It's a classic. Yeah, all right.
So is
dude, like-
Kokoto. Kokoto's thorny.
Yeah, when was the last time you ate a haggis? That's a classic. That's a staple meal.
Yeah,
Sheep's organs cooked in a bag made of its own stomach. Are you hungry yet?
No, but that's not in Monster Hunter.
Yeah, but thorny meat is. Yeah, I do eat Vegemite.
All right, what are
Salted.
what are your?
yeast eggs, right?
Do you have some food that is your favorite, or do you just have ones that you think sound unappealing?
No, there's lots, and I even went through all of these, and I was like, you know what? 4th gen probably has the most delicious looking food, and I'm gonna wash it down with a tasty Yukumo lemon soda from Portable Third. You got food and drink there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you do.
I think that's pretty good. But let me tell you, a mocha deep fried crab
Okay.
sounds beautiful.
It
A
does.
Laranoff garlic pizza.
I saw that.
Can't
That's
imagine
in
anything better.
Generations, right? I saw that. I like that there was pizza. As a pizza lover, I appreciated that there was pizza in Monster Hunter confirmed, not just the Charge Blade.
What about you? What are you going for?
I picked out quite a few, to be honest with you. So from the first generation of Monster Hunter, I picked out the Meat Wagon, the Mega Bagel, and I feel like just a Meat Wagon and a Mega Bagel without any garnishing or dressing would be pretty rough. Do we have pictures? There's no pictures. No, I wish. I wish there were pictures, Uchi. I was gonna initially show all the lists of these on stream, but there's like a lot of lists and a lot of food. And I guess to go with my other first generation picks, the Power Lard, I feel like would do an excellent job of garnishing a Mega Bagel or a Meat Wagon, kind of washing it down, lubricating the gullet if you must.
Yeah, it is funny. Like, even if we wanted to show pictures, we couldn't because there's just, it's just in GU, it's like no matter what you order, it's fondue, baby.
It's just cheese.
Delicious cheese.
Yep.
Delicious cheese.
So,
All right.
Fallison, have you seen all the canteens in the series?
I have not. I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen all of them.
That's-
I haven't seen 1st gen.
Okay, so in first gen, I can describe it to you. In first generation, you have a little kitchen tucked away in your room, kind of like Freeman Knight's kitchen. And I guess earlier than that, in the PS2 games, you'll have you start off in like a stable, and the cat will bring in the food on a tray into your like stable back room when you're like sleeping with the pigs in the hay. And as you slowly go through the game, you unlock different rooms, and the room service gets a little bit more luxuriant. But I guess I have some other foods here that I want to talk through, but do you have, like, if you could pick one canteen that would be your dining spot of choice, what do you think it would be? Which one of the canteens are you sitting down at if you can pick one? There's quite a few to think through them. Think through them.
Celiana. Not even a competition.
Really?
Celiana.
Why so?
Well, just seem. Well, for starters, no one in Celiana is gonna poison me like in Freedom Unite. The cats always poison me. I hate them. But Grandma Cat, she seems well trimmed, so I'm not getting hair in my food at least. It's indoors for starters. Like, I like dining al fresco as we are right now, but the salty sea air. You ever eaten by the beach before? It's so windy. Like, I don't think that
Your
Moga
napkin would blow
canteen.
away.
Yeah, your napkin. Well, la di da, Mr. Frenchman with a napkin out here. I don't think so. But yeah, I think the Celiana canteen pretty good. Maybe the Estera Gathering Hall or Gathering Hub.
What is it called? What's that place called? Oh, it's got a
I don't know.
special name. I was thinking about it recently. Now I can't remember it.
Tree boat.
That's that tree boat.
Yeah.
Uchi's gonna
My
put it in
favorite
chat in a
place.
second here.
Old tree boat.
Oh, the Celestial Pursuit. I got it before Fish had it.
There you go.
The Celestial Pursuit.
I'll bet.
Yep. Fancy place that. I guess for me, I mean, the Portable Third Hot Spring seems pretty cozy, but I don't know. I'm
But you
trying to
don't
think
eat there, you
through.
drink there.
You do drink there. It's true. There's no food. No food allowed.
I think. All right. Think about trying the logistics of eating in a hot tub. That would be so difficult. Like, you're trying to keep your bowl of cereal above water. You're like sweating into it. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I
You
wouldn't
drop
eat in
your
a sauna.
spoon. You got like you are soup at that point. You drop your spoon, you're drinking soup made of yourself.
Ew.
Yeah, exactly. It's not very appetizing.
I feel like I have a lot of affinity for the For You hub, not the G rank one, but the one in Valhabar. The Valhabar hub seems really cozy. Everyone hanging around that table eating food.
Seems dimly lit, no?
It is kind of dimly lit, but that's like, I mean, aren't most good restaurants dimly lit, Fallison?
Trying to think of the last time I've been to a restaurant. You know what? You're right. My favorite restaurant is like super dimly lit. It's a place in Melbourne called Wagaya, and it's like this Japanese restaurant on the third floor of some. It's on the third floor of a movie theater.
What kind of food do you get there?
It's Japanese food.
Okay.
So you get some gyoza and you get some noodle soup, and then you finish it off with an ochazuke. It's eel ochazuke.
Okay, I was gonna say I only recognize noodle soup. I don't know either of the other things you just said.
Oh, pot stickers. That's what you call
Oh.
I'm gonna go get some pot stickers. And ochazuke is like green tea over rice.
Okay, that sounds great.
It is very good.
So
It's like a rice soup.
I have a follow-up question. When you said Melbourne, do you always say it Melbourne, or did you do that because I'm an American?
I don't do that because you're an American. Because if I say Melbourne, then everyone's like, oh, get a load of this Australian over here. Say the C word for us, funny Australian man.
It was so out of place that it stuck out to me the opposite way, where I was like, he just said Melbourne. Like, what?
It's a force of habit, you know. Melbourne.
I like it. Thank you for sharing that with me.
Yeah.
I don't know what my favorite restaurant is. Uchi says it stuck out to them too.
I don't know. I do that all the time. Surprised Uchi isn't used to it. But yeah, Melbourne. That's how they say it here.
All right, my definitive answer for what canteen I would like to eat at in the Monster Hunter universe. It's not the cat kitchens in first or second gen. You're right. There is too much of a risk of being poisoned. Like, what if I am having a bad day and I accidentally order the wrong thing? All of a sudden, I'm just like passed out on the ground, just like writhing around. That's not good. It's probably not Loch Lac because I hear that place isn't holding up too well these days. Tanzia Port seems nice, but I've only eaten here a couple times. I don't really know the menu super well yet. I don't know if I want to eat here. You know, out of all the places in the Monster Hunter world, only one of them has pizza. So I think it would have to be Burna. I mean, if that's the only place you can get pizza, then I think that's where I am. It's just Burna.
But here's the thing. When it comes to GU, you have so many hubs. You can get pizza in Yukumo. You can get the Laranoth pizza there.
You know what? You're right. I think that definitively seals it, Fallison.
So you're going to Yukumo in 4th gen for fondue pizza.
No, I'd probably go to the Generations Hub. I love that place.
Generations Hub. That place is nice. Very green.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I got some bones to pick with the GU.
The GU.
List. Why? How are they going to call something Malfest beef? How is there Malfest beef?
Oh yeah, my list of foods. I forgot.
Like that just.
There were some really funny ones. 4th Gen has some bizarre names. The ones that I picked out. Here's the real topical one. Dauntless pasta. You can go to Burna and have some Dauntless pasta. You can have King of all risottos. You can have a wyvern burger, or you can have affectionate soup.
All right. I got a like on the subject of wyvern burger. I got a question for you. I come to your house. I'm like, hello, Bistro Chronicles. I have for you a delicious meat burger. You say, what kind of meat? I say, meat. Like, what do you say? What do you say to that? Wyvern burger? What kind of wyvern, dude?
I'm in. I'm all in.
I'm in? Oh, you
I'm
just
in.
like to live life dangerously. Well,
I
I
just
got
like
news
meat.
for you. It's Bareth meat. And he's just been rolling around in mud.
I bet
it's mud burger.
those carapace look pretty thick. I bet the inside's soft and tender.
No, it's the hard part.
I'll sous vide it. Maybe it's sous vide.
It's sous vide?
Yeah,
okay,
if you sous vide the hard part of the Baroth, would it still be tender? Or would it still be tough?
I don't know, man. Like, it's a tricky one. You know, another like playing through Freedom Unite at the moment.
Yep.
One issue that I've been taking lately is there's an item called Bone Taco. Like, I'm just imagining someone hands me, I head to a food truck, I'm there, I'm like, hello, one bone taco, thank you, and they just hand me like a tortilla that's been toasted, it's got like some rotisserie chicken bones just slammed on in there. Why? Why they do that?
Fiber.
Fiber. Fiber, you reckon? You getting fiber? Yeah, fiber in a
Calcium.
dentist appointment. I don't know, dude. I don't know. That's pretty weird.
You're not wrong. All right, my picks from second generation from the game you are currently playing. Chad already knows two of them. Two of my favorite meals from Freedom Unite are well documented. They are Big Meat and Fatty Tomato. You'll see why eventually. You'll know why when you're older. When you're older, Phallus, you'll know why.
When I'm older, man, I love a good old fashioned succulent fatty tomato.
Fatty Tomato actually appears in 5th Gen too. I saw it in the 5th Gen canteen and went, hey, 5th Gen Fatty Tomato. I'm getting that there too.
It's in for you as well, I think.
Is it really? Okay, it might just be through the whole. It might be through the whole series, but I was just ecstatic to see that Fatty Tomato had carried it through all the way to 5th Gen. It made me happy.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of like, I don't think anyone was ever meant to look into this that much. Meant to crack the case on the Monster Hunter food mythos.
Probably not.
Like, what's the deal with meaty tofu? Burner meaty tofu. Maybe that's just the descriptor. I don't. Am I getting something vegetarian there?
I think their tofu is just that good, man. It's so good. It's meaty. Doesn't have to be meat, but it's meaty.
I don't know. I think that some of this stuff is just so vague that if I went to a restaurant, I would get up and leave instantly. Like, I don't know what ones. Like, marinated eggplants. Marinated in what? Lock spring rice. What comes with the rice? Or is it just a rice bowl?
You have to ask the garçon, the cat.
I'm gonna ask the garçon, I'm gonna say, hey you're making like 3 zenny an hour here. Why don't you tell me the details of all of this? Also, I'm still not gonna tip. This is Monster Hunter America.
I'm glad it's not.
What do I do with that?
Oh.
Laranoff quiche. That sounds pretty good.
I thought so too. I thought so too.
Oh.
There are some pretty tasty sounding names on there, man. I thought the Kutku beans. I don't know about that one. But Carefree Yogurt, I like the sound of.
Something you would buy at like a supermarket. It's got like sodium hydroxine number 47 in a Carefree Yogurt. It's got a smiling cutie on the front.
I'd buy it.
Me too.
And I'd wash it down with some choices from 3rd Gen. 3rd Gen, I like Celebrity and Yukumo milk coffee because it's coffee.
Yeah, Yukumo milk coffee does sound good. It bothers me that there's a drink called Yukumo Hiyashi Candy. Like, I don't know. I like Boko Scotch because it reminds me of Epic Fight the Chianti. And
there were some pretty fun names for booze in 5th generation in the drink category. I don't think I chose any of them. Or no, I chose one, but there were some pretty interesting names for the alcohol in 5th gen that you unlock. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
5th gen has some pretty interesting names. The first one that stuck out to me was Rich Rump. Just some bacon. Pretty tasty sounding.
I think I have issue with bacon in the context of Monster Hunter because where are they getting bacon?
Moss wine.
Moss wine?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Okay. What about what if I told you there's a reason Poogie never grows up?
Don't tell me that. I don't need to think about my rich rump like that. I just need to enjoy my rich rump.
I think that's fair.
For
Bullfongo has the taint of anger on it. I don't want to eat that.
Mm-hmm. For the booze that I chose, I thought that Tater Mud sounded like a specifically interesting drink to have served up. Would you drink a glass of Tater Mud, Fallison?
Like is it alcohol?
I think it is. Yeah, it's in the drink category.
I don't know. I think I'm averse to alcohol. I drink and I go, oh no. So like I would try. I don't know. like cocktails have wacky names anyway.
They do.
Like, you ever read a cocktail book? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Tater Mud. Like, all Monsanto alcohol has to be like prison wine, right? It's all brewed in the toilet.
Sure.
So
I'm sure. They actually have straight up like tequila and stuff on there and wine. Like they have. I was surprised at the names here. I'm gonna actually. This surprised me enough that I'm just gonna go ahead and read them off here. For the booze in Monster Hunter World, you have Tater Mud, Dragon Ale, Demon Tater Brew, Wyvern Amber Ale, Golden Fish Brew, and Dragon Killer Sake. Then you have Hunter's Brew, Star Brandy, Master Ale, Ratha Whiskey, for you Stories fans out there, Astera Beer, Blessed Wine, Great Horns Gulp, which is pretty fun, Auspicious Ale, Butter Brew, Fortified Honey Wine, Entrancing Alembic, Tequila de Locos, Glacial Vodka, Toasting Tequila, as opposed to Tequila de Locos, you know, when you're feeling a little more cordial and toasting instead of loco, Snowmelt Snifter, Frost Peak Fizz, Crystal Quaff, and Searing Spirit. That one sounds like it would burn on the way down.
yeah, it's like that cinnamon ale.
Yeah. Ugh, that sounds awful.
Glacial vodka does sound pricey, so I guess I would take that. Why not?
I was surprised by. I mean, it didn't bother me. I thought that those were some pretty cool descriptive ale names for in-universe ales, or I guess alcohol rather.
But yeah, like a lot of them. Again, you're probably not meant to think about it too hard, but once you start to, a lot of questions rise. Like, I don't know how I feel about beef Malfest roast. How'd they get beef from a bird? I don't understand it.
It's a special kind of bird.
It's a beef bird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a beef bird.
Oh yeah? Well, you tell me later on they've got a Malfest roast, but no mention of beef there.
It's the same thing, just regional
Malfest
difference.
ramen? It's a regional dialect.
Yeah, it's a regional difference.
Alright, I gotcha.
All right, and then the last two that I thought were pretty fun were from Rise. There are some pretty cute names for the Dongo in Rise, and for the two ones that stuck out to me were the Super Best Nut Dongo and the Cacao Standing Dongo.
Best nut, you say?
Super Best Nut.
Okay. I think I would enjoy that. Wait, Super Best Nut?
Super Best Nut.
And that's from Rise?
That's from Rise.
Oh yeah, Dongo Defender. Oh, good. I think I would like to try a Magna Crisp. Mainly because I don't know what it would taste like. And the only one to me that feels like it wouldn't work because it's like it's rice effectively. It's a rice cake.
Yeah.
Would be the Mintiature. Like it's like presenting itself as though it's like mint ice cream or something.
I would have mint rice.
You would have mint rice? Yeah,
oh yes.
I'd be fascinated, but we have biscuits here in Australia that are called mint slices. And it kind of tastes like they taste good because they've got like the chocolate element, but it does kind of feel like you're eating a tube of toothpaste. And I could imagine that this Mintiature thing would be like that. So it's tricky, I guess. And piping hot egg. I think I would like that one.
That one does sound
like
pretty good. I feel like egg rice and egg rice cake would be pretty darn tasty. I feel like that must exist in Japan.
Egg rice? Yeah. It's pretty. You just like make some scrambled eggs and then fry the rice and the eggs. Easy clap. Pretty good.
I think I've shared this story before, but I'll share it on the podcast. Why not? I got married last year, and before that, I was living on my own, and I'm still not very good at cooking, but I was pretty bad at cooking. There was a time when I had some rice I'd already made, and I was making some eggs, and I think I heated the griddle too much because I put the egg on and it was cooking, but it started to burn too quickly. And so I was kind of freaked out. Rather than like try and lower the heat and like save it, I was like worried it was gonna bust into flames or something. So I took it off the grill, and I was like, how do I finish cooking these? The eggs are runny. I hate runny eggs. And I was like, I know, I'll harden them up in the toaster oven. So I took the eggs off of the stove and I put them in the toaster oven. And they hardened up a little bit, and so I put them on top of the rice that was now kind of cold. And then after that, I realized that I didn't have any salt. So I looked around my apartment for something that was salty to put on top of these bland eggs and bland rice that I had, and I found goldfish crackers. Do you have goldfish crackers in Australia?
No, we don't have goldfish crackers in Australia.
They're little yellow cheese crackers. They're in the shape of fish, and they've got some salt. They're like cheddar crackers. And so I put those on top of my eggs and sad rice, and I ate it, and I felt pretty sad. That's to this day one of the worst cooking stories one of the worst cooking experiences I've ever had, because I didn't have salt. I couldn't cook the eggs. The rice was old and bland. It was. How did I get married? I didn't cook that for her. That's for sure.
It's like when was this? How old?
It was probably during COVID. So like over a year ago, but like a year plus ago.
I see.
So when you say just make eggs and rice, easy clap, I'm like, yeah, just easy clap. Yep.
Look, okay. You know, I'm not even inclined to make fun of you. Like, you have created an abomination. Like, opened the seven gates to unleash that upon the world. However, I think that is, like, at the very least, an interesting topic about how, you know, sometimes people just don't learn things, and that's okay. But you know now, right? You know that microwave for more than just popcorn, and goldfish crackers not for seasoning eggs.
I do know that.
Cheese crackers?
It was the only thing I had that had salt.
So, like, you know, you used to live alone, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
What did you eat when you weren't, you know,
Oh, no.
cooking up stuff in the lab? I do use the term cooking very loosely.
I ate a lot of canned soup and chili and sandwiches.
Okay. Okay. As long as I know. As long as I know. Hey, question.
Yes.
You know, sidebar. How often do you eat out, would you say? Or do order in, I guess? Like, how many times a week would you say you
I would say
takeaway?
1 to 2 right now. This past week has been a little more because my wife has been sick and I've been taking care of her and not feeling like I've been cooking for her and not really feeling like cooking for myself on top of that. So I've been ordering in some pizza and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's interesting. Like, I can't even really make fun of me like, haha, Stinky Man doesn't know how to cook.
I don't know how to cook.
think
You can make fun of me. I don't. I haven't made eggs since that story.
Everyone has to learn at some point. And, you know, you had a hilarious learning experience. That's, there's something to be said for that. Like, I'm impressed someone failed you so hard that they let you get to the point where you're like, yep, goldfish crackers on eggs, that's what I'm about, buddy. But,
We were locked down. I didn't have any salt.
I didn't have any salt, so your salt equivalent is... Alright.
There's salt on the crackers, Falson.
First of all, like, that's the biggest issue I have with the story. Didn't have any salt? Like, I'm sure I could walk into any building in any country ever and be like, have a salt. Some dude reaches into his pockets and just pulls out a handful.
Ew!
They just stick... They just, like, pour that bad boy into my hands.
Are you eating pocket salt if somebody's got pocket salt?
Hey, look. Not all of us are cooking extraordinaires like you. I'm sorry that I can't afford to knock pocket salt, alright? Blogombi's over here. You just fight the pocket. You eat the pocket salt. That's life.
Do I have no pepper? I don't like pepper.
You don't like pepper, okay.
I don't like pepper or onions.
I don't like pepper. You are not the first, like, American I've met who's been like, onion bad. Do you think they're spicy?
I just don't like their taste at all. I like their taste when they've been cooked to get rid of their taste.
Cooked to get rid of their taste. Well, you know, they are the basis of all like, flavors, right? One of the 3 components of a mirepoix. Oh, game sound a tad loud, apparently. I need to turn mine down.
I think, chat, feel free and fire off if any audio levels on my end need to get fixed. Yes. Always have some technical difficulties in one way or another. You're talking like black ground pepper, not the veggie. I just don't like, I don't put pepper on things when I'm cooking for myself.
That's another issue I have. You folks.
You.
Bell peppers. What's that? Capsicum.
What? I like bell
Capsicum.
peppers.
Yeah. The fact that you call them bell peppers. That's okay. I just don't get it.
What
For the
are they
longest
to you?
time- What's the difference? The name. We call them capsicum.
What does that mean?
It's the name of the vegetable.
Do you
Like,
have a
you call
different
them-
thing called peppers?
No. Chili peppers, I guess, like jalapenos. That's a pepper. It's a type of pepper, I suppose. But like, you know, you don't say, "Yo, hand me the dong-shaped pepper." Do you? You're just describing a shape and then you know what it is.
Would
I
you
don't
eat,
understand it.
Would you eat the dong pepper if I?
Yeah, I would eat the dong
Me too.
pepper. I like.
As we just get dumpstered into the corner.
I did my best to get past the idea that like eating various parts of an animal is bad for me. Like Rocky Mountain oysters, yeah, sure, dude. I'm game for a bull testy. I'll slam that bad boy down. Why not? I'll eat the other part of the cow. Why not?
I would probably not.
You would not?
Probably not.
But why?
I haven't really tried that many weird meats. As much as I said
You
I would
don't
eat
think-
the weird wyvern meat earlier, I haven't tried that many weird meats.
I see. But you know what makes you not desire to eat bull testicle, Ristretto? Tell me. You know,
I just don't.
let us know, lad.
I think it would make me slightly uncomfortable. I mean, if it was cooked well enough, I guess probably, but I think it would taste kind of weird. And I feel like I would always have a little bit of like, I know where this came from.
I would, yeah. I think there is that element, but I think if you can get past that, all right. Like, went to Japan when I was a bit younger and didn't really ask too many questions about what stuff was. And they're like, "Yep, you just enjoyed the creamy delicacy of sea urchin testicles." I was like, "Damn, didn't know they had those, but they were pretty good." And I know that the descriptor of creamy was very unfortunate, but that's the best way to describe them. They were very good.
There was something creamy on one of the lists of food in Monster Hunter 2. I didn't pull it out, but there were some creamy things in Monster Hunter 2.
On that note, though, let's say like someone hands you a plate of you know, mystery meat, and then afterwards they're like, "Yep, that's Rathalos paint." How would you prefer to know before or after?
Oh, before.
Before?
Yep.
So you can make an informed decision?
Before, so I could like try it and kind of know. I don't know. I feel like after the fact is worse. It might make you sick to your stomach. You'd be like, "Oh, that tasty food I feel in my stomach is all of a sudden it's just Rathalos."
Yeah, I guess that's point. You know, you make a good point. Look at this dude. Doesn't even zone to sharpen.
I got you.
It's true. I zone to sharpen though, because I'm scummy.
That's fine.
Food.
That was a good conversation. I mean, are you full of food talk now? I'm quite full.
You're done? You're done with food talk?
I'm full at least.
I think it was good. I'm full.
I appreciate you taking time to talk about that food with me, fellas. And wow, that was weird.
Wait, I got like one.
You have a dessert question?
Not a dessert question. One last point on all of this.
Okay.
Given they just name a lot of ingredients, if you could take all of the ingredients presented in Monhun and turn them into like a real life meal, you know, what are you serving up?
All right. For me, it would probably have a celebrity, because that sounds like a pretty refreshing beverage alongside it. But the actual meal, I'm definitely having a meat wagon. And you know what? I'm probably seasoning it with some of that like tasty rice from Generations and maybe some Kirin butter. I feel like that'd be really expensive, rare butter. And I feel like I'd have some of that on my meat wagon with my rice. I would really like someday, if I ever get to go to Japan to that Monster Hunter Cafe and they don't have the meat wagon on the menu, I'm gonna be really upset.
I see.
How about you?
But how about me? I would take some like aromata celery, as it was called, and you know, make some pickles out of it. Delicious pickled aromata celery. You gotta go with a fatty tomato steak. Like, you ever had a grilled tomato with like salt and pepper on it? Well, you don't like pepper, but
I eat pepper.
grilled tomato.
I don't put it on. I just don't put it on there when left to my own devices.
Understandable. Understandable.
I would try a grilled pepper or a grilled tomato.
They're very good. Salted tomato, delicious. And then, you know, maybe that would be my entree. And then I think I would have to go a Malfest beef roast, just so I could complain, hey, this is not beef, this is clearly a bird. You have lied to me and charged me $64 for chicken.
They're trying to scam you there.
Absolutely. And then I'm washing it down, maybe with a Yukumo milk coffee for sure.
Yeah, sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah. And then you know, maybe a miniature rice dango, because surely that has to be a dessert dish, right?
I'm having the cacao standing dango.
Ooh. I wonder if it would be bitter.
I like some bitter chocolate. How about you?
You like some what, sorry? Oh
Bitter
yeah,
chocolate.
dark chocolate
Dark
all
chocolate.
the way. 70% baby. I don't like milk chocolate, and I really don't like white chocolate.
Yeah, me neither.
It's way too sweet.
I work at a cafe, and whenever I have to pour like a dollop of white chocolate into somebody's drink, I like wince a little bit.
That's a very American thing to like put stuff like that in coffee. You know,
Oh,
Sophie,
it's a bummer.
we have Starbucks here, and it's way too expensive. It's you know, costs the most amount of money ever, forever, of all time. And she got a pumpkin spice latte because that's something you guys
The
have
PSL.
Seasonally, and it tasted like pumpkin pie, which you know I also had for the first time very recently, but it
Really?
did not taste like coffee. Yeah, pumpkin pie, not a thing here.
Oh man, that's my favorite pie.
Sophie's getting into the Halloweeny spirit, so she was like, you know what, let's see what these Americans are banging on about.
That sounds fun.
And it was a pretty good pie. I think I would still prefer like an apple and rhubarb pie, but pumpkin pie, it was alright. It tasted weirdly like gingerbread.
Yeah. Usually they'll
gingerbread.
put some spices in there. It won't just be straight pumpkin. Man, you have me excited for pumpkin pie now. That's like, I'm not really a fall person. Like, fall's pretty nice. I like the temperature or whatever, but pumpkin pie, man, that's like the one seasonal thing I'm actually really down for.
What season do you like most?
It's probably fall or winter. Winter's when my birthday takes place. I like the cold, so I'm a big fan of winter.
It's funny, my birthday also in winter, but takes place in August.
Nice.
But yeah, if I remember correctly, your birthday December 21st.
That's a pretty good memory. I don't even know if I feel like you asked mine. I don't even know if I asked yours when you asked mine. Maybe it was in chat, so it would have. I don't know. What's if you feel comfortable sharing, of course. What is your birthday, Fallison?
18th of August.
So it's just passed recently.
Yeah, you did a hunt in Freedom with a sword and shield.
Right, I did. I remember that now. Apologies for not remembering.
It's okay. I didn't really make a fuss. I did a co-stream with a guy who only found out like 4 hours in, and because of a chat message. And I think maybe I should have told him beforehand because it might have made him
That's
feel
like
a
me
little
mispronouncing your name for like half of a co-stream once.
Oh, dude, literally everyone mispronounces it. And I think I've said this, but it's exactly like real life. I feel cozier when people are mispronouncing my name. It feels good because my real name, Jacob, has an I in it. Like Jaicob is how
Wait,
it's spelled.
really?
Yep, my entire life people have been like, is it Jacob here? How about Jacob? You know, like, I've gotten so many weird pronunciations of it, so it's like life imitates art.
Jacob is great.
Yeah. It's Jacob, miss. Every substitute teacher. You just you get over it. I don't know why my parents stuck an I in there, but you know, good on them.
Oh
Good on
my
'em.
goodness. Will you come gather some ore from the tundra with me before we move on? I haven't been to the tundra yet.
We can
What the?
absolutely do
Wow,
that.
that was weird on my end. I came in right in the middle of that animation and it flipped out.
Oh, I just paintballed.
Oh, whoops. Well, let's get some ore real fast. I might only have one pickaxe. Actually, I don't have any pickaxes. Never mind. We're not going to go mine ore.
I have 3 pickaxes. I got you.
Ooh,
Let's go to a location where Lagombi isn't beating on me, and then we can mine some more.
Okay, well, thank you.
Oh yeah,
More.
Like, names, huh?
Names.
Have you ever had anyone mispronounce Mike?
No. I can't say that I have. I've had people mispronounce my Twitch name to no end, but that's kind of my own fault. He followed us. All right, let's go. To the other cave. Thank you for the pickaxes.
No problem. Yeah, like Rist Redder, it's not a Risotto Chronicles. I'll bet you get that a lot.
I get risotto a lot. I think it's funny that more. I mean, I guess ristretto is pretty obscure. It's a type of coffee. It's a pretty Italian word, but I feel like risotto is also a pretty obscure, weird word. So I don't know. I think it's pretty funny.
I think most people have had like risotto at some point. I actually don't know how you say that word. Is it risotto, like Americans say it, or risotto, like I say it?
You know, I don't know.
Interesting.
I've only had it 1 or 2 times, I think. Uchi says risotto is a little bit more common. I believe it. I think I've heard more people talk about risotto than ristretto espresso, which is like a specific kind of espresso you can fashion.
I don't know. I get some good ones with my Twitch name. The worst one I've ever gotten is Pelican. Like, how did you manage that, buddy? Like, I respect it. Why are we beating up Melisses?
They stole my pickaxe that you gave me.
They had it coming. They had it coming. They're devils in this game, man.
Mm-hmm.
That is... Oh, never mind. I thought Kerm was telling lies, but he said ristretto, not risotto. I've had a risotto like many times in my life. I'd say it's a fairly common dish, but yeah, I'd never heard of a ristretto either. What is it? It's an espresso shot with.
So it's not like a different kind of coffee. It's the same coffee you'd make your other espresso with. You basically let it brew for less time, and so it tastes more sour and like kind of fruity, as opposed to like dark and bitter. The longer you brew a coffee, the more dark and bitter it gets, and the less amount of time, the more kind of fruity or like acidic it is. Which I know just sounds like a lovely description. Like, give me that.
No, I could definitely see that. Like, but it's not like under extracted, is it?
It's a little. I mean, it's on that side, but no. If it's done properly, it's not actually under extracted. It's just you stop it. You stop the pull of the espresso a little bit before it would get into the like neutral or bitter part.
Okay. I was gonna ask, is that your favorite kind? Favorite kind of coffee while we're on food talk?
My favorite kind of coffee is probably a pour over coffee.
Pour over. That's so fascinating to me, because black coffee, you know, unless you're, 60 or have been smoking cigarettes your entire life, no one really drinks black coffee here.
Yeah, y'all get cortados and flat whites, right?
Yeah, or a latte.
Or a latte, okay.
Yes. I've never heard anyone order a cortado though.
That's basically, cortado is essentially a flat white. They're pretty much the same thing. I got in heated arguments with baristas at my another cafe I used to work at about the differences between those two. There aren't any.
People love the semantic game, don't they?
They do.
It's like makes conversations hard, for sure. But remind me to bring that up at the end segment once we're done with the talking Mon Hunt stuff.
All right, let's go get that Lagombi. Kermit asks
beat him
if
take his lunch money.
Kermit, yeah, let's go take this Lagombi's reward quest lunch money. Kermit asks if pour over is done with a coffee filter. Yeah, what sets pour over apart as like interesting is usually it's done by hand. Someone will be brewing it by hand, and they'll take like a small amount of beans and just brew 1 cup. They'll be pouring the water over manually, and it's usually done with really fresh beans. Sometimes different cafes will have different choices for beans for pour over. So you'll have like 3 or 4 different beans. Like you'll have an Ethiopia and a Guatemala and a Colombia, and you can choose between those different beans depending on if you're feeling like a little bit of a lighter coffee or a fruitier coffee or a nuttier coffee. And those aren't like flavors added to them. That's just like the way they're roasted, there'll be subtle notes of those things in them. And so, depending on what you're in the mood for, you will choose one.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about. Oh, I got a GG on me. I was thinking about getting a Chemex because I was like, yeah, I could give pour over coffee a whirl. And then, you know, I actually like warm milk or like hot milk in my coffee. Call me a baby if you'd like, but
that's okay. People should have their coffee however they have their coffee.
Yeah, the idea of having like black coffee just didn't appeal to me. Sorry.
It's okay. I think the reason that is for a lot of folks, I mean, like, you have to actually like the taste of coffee, but for a lot of folks, I mean, if you've only had black coffee at like a restaurant or like a McDonald's or whatever, it's just not very good black coffee. It only tastes like, I don't know, dark, bitter, whatever. There's so many different kinds of tastes black coffee can have, whether it's like really intense, like espresso, or kind of light but flavorful, like a pour over. Like, there's so many different ways you can have it that I think it's worth trying different kinds before you write it off entirely.
Oh yeah, like, I enjoy black coffee, it's just not my preferred way.
Sure.
I've had some heated debates about that one, actually.
Coffee and Monster Hunter, I try and keep a pretty similar tact, which is just like, however you want to enjoy it and how you enjoy it is how you should do it. You should not. Yeah. There's no room for you to come in here all totalitarian, like, no, this is the one true coffee. This is the only way you should play Monster Hunter. It's like, that's just dumb.
I wish. It's funny how similar the conversations can be regarding that. A lot of people
like to gatekeep coffee.
Oh, it's my because it's pretty fresh. It's pretty fresh to police how other people enjoy stuff. One time, someone was like, you know what? Milk and coffee, that's for people who don't like the taste of coffee. It's like, well, no. You know, I've done this kind of stuff before. I've worked in like a cafe setting at times in my life, done, you know, barista courses and stuff. I can just say that I've drank a lot and that's how I prefer it. And their argument was like, yeah, you don't like the taste of coffee. It's like, well, you know, don't put salt on your food then. Yep. Otherwise you don't like the taste of chicken. Like, go right ahead.
See, that's just what I was doing. Is I was just trying to really taste the eggs and rice without any salt.
Yeah, the eggs and goldfish crackers. Bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
Like, the worst part is, like, I could see, you know, 5 years from now, you're the Monster Hunter superstar. You know, Claire Saffitz from the Bon Appetit test kitchen hears about Mike Ristretto's patented eggs with goldfish crackers and makes like a delicious version of it.
Please no.
In fact, mail me some goldfish crackers. I'm going in, boys.
Okay, they're really good. They are a favorite childhood snack of mine. Uchi asks us how we take our tea. Do you have tea often, Falcon?
Yeah, all the time. Like, black tea is a really common thing here, actually. I take it really strong and white with, like, half of one sugar.
I would say mostly people in America, judging from the 2 cafes that I've worked in, I guess I've worked in cafes just in the Midwest, so maybe it's just the Midwest of America. But people either will get just a black tea, and they're just looking for like just a regular black tea, or they will get the most heinous, overly spiced tea that they can hear the sound of on the menu. The pumpkin spice with big red gum on the side, whatever that is.
Big red gum. Big red gum. Yeah, no, I enjoy like specialty teas for sure. I like green tea a lot.
Me too.
I wouldn't put milk in that. Like, I've tried it because someone said, yeah, this is good. Not for me. It adds like a certain weird sweetness and off flavor. But I know Haru, a person we've both interacted with, they like milk in their green tea. And I think about them whenever I go to say, if you put milk in green tea, you're a monster, and I don't understand it. And I stop myself.
How nice of you.
Even though they're a monster.
I think it sounds okay. I've tried milk in my tea because Annie, my wife, likes it, and so I've tried milk a few times. I like it all right, as long as there's not too much. I feel like that's the key to like putting milk in your coffee and still liking the coffee. Is just you don't put like if you don't put too much milk in, you can still taste the coffee. If you put enough milk in, you're just gonna taste the milk. But it's all about how much you put in.
yeah, you know, don't dump the entire packet of goldfish crackers on the eggs. Just a little dusting.
Shush. Ah, that was a good Lagombi hunt. I should buy some more pickaxes.
I would recommend it.
To anyone who has been just joining us, this is Phallus and I's Unnamed 3U cast. We're playing some Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate on the Wii U. Doing some early game multiplayer, just kind of in the background of our topics. Tonight we talked about so far a meandering conversation about Monster Hunter endgames, and we talked about Monster Hunter food, which is kind of why we're on the topic of food and coffee and tea and such.
Yes.
Falson, are you about satiated? Are you ready to move on to our next conversation?
I am. Sorry for keeping you on that
Oh.
a little bit longer. I was
Pish
intrigued.
posh. I've enjoyed our conversation.
All right. Perfect segue. I need some better gear so that I may allow my player skill to flourish. So I need some flame sacks, which we can get from the Rathian, and I need some Baroth claws, which we can get from, you guessed it, a Baroth.
Okay, let's do Rathian.
Ooh, or would it be?
Does Pekko have fire sacks? Or flame sacks?
Does Pekko have flame sacks? I have no idea.
I'm looking it up right now. I have Karaniko.
Yeah, you can look it up on Nico.
It's Rathian.
Yeah, I thought so.
Get a 10% chance from a body carve or a 20% chance from a capture, so we should try and capture her. I don't have any traps. I don't think. Let me see if I can craft some.
I don't know how I feel about the long shelling type, but hey, we'll work with the Baroth loader for a little while. Because why not? Capturing a Rathian. I'm sure she's going to be quite thrilling.
Alright, I'm bringing along the traps and such.
Good call. Wait. Where can
My
I
first
buy?
time crafting traps on this playthrough.
Good call. Trap tools are on sale also. Oh no. Iron pickaxes are on sale. Just after I bought them for an inflated price next door.
I don't have that many trank bombs though. I have 2 traps, but I only have 3 trank bombs, so I'll have to make it count.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Let's see what I've got. Together with like this paperclip and piece of string, I think we can cobble together a pretty successful Rathian hunt.
Yeah, I think so too. Rathian should be fun. Alright. Well, like I said, thank you for talking about that food stuff. I think that was pretty fun. That was a good conversation for this second cast we've got here.
I agree.
And on the topic of gear, since we're getting you some gear, I think I'm going to segue us to our next topic here, which is how do you feel about the importance of gear and the importance of upgrades and like the raw strength of the equipment you're bringing with you versus the importance of practicing your player skill against the monster? And how do you feel they've kind of changed that through the games? Like when you play Freedom Unite versus when you play Monster Hunter Rise, how do you feel about that, Phallus? Feel free and pick any tangent to start with.
I think that's a really fun question because I can think about how it sort of relates to, like I've done a lot of armorless hunts across a few games at this point, and it was way easier to do in Rise than it was in, say, GU, and even in GU it's not too bad depending on the style you use. But I think in like the most general flat sense of the conversation, the answer is a good player, or a great player as it were, will be able to make do with very little, whereas gear is obviously going to subsidize, you know, the early days of learning Monster Hunter, where it's like, yep, you know, your value proposition changes. Like, I'm having a tough time with this monster, I need better gear, let me move back to something else to farm up a set, and then I'll be able to take on this monster. Whereas someone who's played a few Monster Hunter games before, they might approach it from the standpoint of, okay, well, I don't need to work on my gear, I just need to learn the monster patterns better. And I think that that is really going to vary from player to player. And even now I can think of a few examples where even playing as well as I could, sometimes you just time out on quests. And I don't necessarily think I'm particularly good at Monster Hunter, but it's a very individual thing and very case by case. And I think that's what makes it such an interesting topic. Because, you know, to use the MMO example again, sometimes like gear is everything in that. You know, it's a marriage of
it's a number game in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's a marriage of like things are you could still cart on a low rank quest.
Yep.
In a Monster Hunter. With the best gear possible, whereas like it's impossible to die to like a level 1 mob in an MMO. Or, you know, any RPG for that matter.
Sure.
So I think gear is less impactful in Monster Hunter, ironically, than it is in myriad other games.
I think that's part of what makes the series really, really great. And I think in general, I've felt different ways about this topic as we've gone through the series, or as I've played different entries in the series. There are some games where I feel like sometimes that gear is just too damn strong, but other times I don't really feel that way. I feel like if you look at some of the endgame hunts in Iceborne and Rise, I feel like they've done a good job, even all the way through the series, of making it so even if you walk in there with the best gear in the game, you hand that controller to somebody who hasn't learned that fight before, they're getting dumpstered. Like, the better gear will help you if you're taking on, like, Crimson Valstrax or Crimson Gold Valstrax, or you're taking on Shara Ishvalda or Elatrian or whatever. But, like, if you haven't fought those monsters before, you are going to have a bad time. You have to learn. It's about you as a player growing to understand how to handle the patterns and the puzzle being thrown at you there. I think that to me, it feels like some of the games during progression through the game have given you gear or given you skills that maybe make some of the progression through the game as you get towards those tougher hunts a little bit more streamlined and a little bit less relying on you to learn, and a little bit more on just have you made the good gear we've given you for this point in the game thus far. So I feel like I'd like them to kind of be careful with how advantageous of gear they give you compared to the challenges of the game that you're going through. Obviously in the beginning of the game I feel like it's kind of okay to give you some speed sharpening stuff, or like just things that make it a little bit easier to get into the loop, but I don't know. I think they do a good job of balancing the end games. I'd just like to see them continue to pay close attention to that, so that like the challenge of learning and the joy of learning, what the really satisfying part of learning, which I think is a pretty big reason why the series is so satisfying, stays true the whole game through.
Very true. I think it's a very delicate balance that it sort of hangs in. Because if the priority ever shifted towards making it so that you could make gear strong enough that stuff finds it like a lot harder to cart you, we might be playing a very different game. I think that obviously your gear is like, it's such a peculiar tool in the context of the series. Like, there are a few weird skills that you can only get through using like worse gear, and you know, objectively some of these skills are like worse in the context of making your hunts go faster. Some of them are, you know, 6 billion times better. Like, you know, you're not going to see someone speedrunning wearing like low rank attack up armor or something like that. They're going to be wearing the most kitted out meta set possible. But you know, you're also not going to see you're not going to see some challenge runs running like the most meta set of all time. They might be running like a heroic set or something. So I think that your gear also benefits from your player knowledge in that way. Like, you need to understand how the gear system works and how to use it more. It's a very like large sort of multi-scaled conversation. But I think on that note though, how would you feel if you jumped into, you know, like Monster Hunter 6 comes out, I have a G rank hunt, and I stick the controller in your hands. I'm like, all right, here's Blatalis or whatever, you know, brand new Black Dragon. You'd probably be able to knock it out. And I think kind of like monkey at a typewriter theory. If I gave it to someone who'd never played a Monster Hunter game before and was like, yep, try this once a day for a year, they'd probably get it within a year.
Yeah.
I imagine. So,
I think so.
regardless of set building. So I think the set building aspect is sort of its own challenge, I suppose. But there's a lot to it. But yeah, at its core, I think a bad player benefits more from... Not a bad player, sorry. A new player, I should say. An inexperienced player. Benefits more from having to upgrade their gear, or they're the only people that really have to upgrade their gear,
Sure.
rather than older players who have been playing for a long time. You know, they don't really have to level up their gear, but they're going to for a different reason. So I think, in general, as the more you play the games, the more your priority shifts, the more the ideas of what stats you want are better. Like, to an inexperienced player, they might run attack up on everything because bigger attack number good, but attack doesn't quite work that way in Monster Hunter. Like, and you know, there's like gained information that you learn throughout the series. Like, Bludgeoner is only good in like high rank games because it just gets dramatically worse, etc. Even though it seems good on paper, you're still not drawing the best out of every set that you could. So I think it's... Oh, man. It's a thousandfold. Anyway, I feel like I've rambled on this for like
That's
10
okay.
more minutes now.
That's all right. It's a decent topic, I think. Do you think that... I mean, do you think that that property of Monster Hunter, that reliance on you actually learning and basically the bosses being something that can't just be overcome with only just a certain gear, like you can't just throw on a certain armor set that hard counters a monster entirely and completely destroys them on its own. Like, do you think that that's core to the series? Like, do you think bosses kind of maintaining their challenge aside from gear is kind of core?
I think yes, like that's integral to, you know, any action RPG. Things remain challenging regardless of what it is that you're using, but I think I would like to see a little bit more in the way of counterplay to certain monsters.
How so?
It's one of those things, again, I'm not sure how I would like to see it, like, maybe against specific parts of the moveset could be fascinating, not incredibly useful, but, I don't know, let's say they bring in some way that you can augment your armor, and it's like, oh, I've got, like, electrified armor, and now Rajang can't do, or Devil Joe can't do his grab attack every 5 seconds or something. Or, you know, just something that prevents status effects coming in, that isn't just, like, capping out on fire resistance or something. So I think countering in small ways would be good, but not like totally nullifying the monster entirely.
I feel like that's already... I mean, I think they've done a decent job of making that more accessible in the newer games with how easy it is to tack on some defensive skills on your armor. That's something I was actually really happy about with Monster Hunter Rise, is all of the offensive skills were quite expensive in terms of the slot requirements for them. A lot of them were 2 slots or 3 slots, and there weren't very many skills that would boost your attack in any meaningful way that were 1 slots, which meant all of your single slots you had left over were kind of left over. Like, you had them there, you might as well throw a defensive skill in. So people who might have slotted in, let's say, like Crit Eye or Attack Echoes in World or Iceborne, have to choose between like Speed Sharpen or Defense Up or like another interesting defensive skill. I really liked that. It made me actually run those skills on my sets in a way that I never would have in World or Iceborne.
Yeah. Komori in my chat brought up a point that I think it's like the one that I mainly go to and has eluded me right now, is like you use a certain armor to nullify Kushala Daura's like wind effects. I think that more of that would be kind of what I'd like to see. Not totally making the monster like impotent against you, but making him have a bit of a harder time, I guess, or not being able to use parts of their moveset that are a little more annoying. And I think the issue I have with that mostly is, if you look at, say, Valhazak, the ability to nullify his effluvia is tied to his armor. So by the time you have it, it's kind of not that useful.
Unless you need to farm Valhazak. I guess you kind of have to farm it to get the armor set in the first place, don't you?
Yeah, like, you know.
That is kind of a bummer.
you're gonna fight him 5 times to get the armor set required, and then you might use it an additional 1 or 2 times to get his get his weapon that you want.
Yeah, that would have been a lot more useful if, let's say, Gyros also had something to do with Effluvia, or you could fight the Gyros a lot in the Effluvia to get at least a partial nullification of that, so you could be ready to farm Valhazak and then get like the full nullification or whatever. It'd be interesting if more monsters played off that mechanic. Uchi says you can get decorations or a charm beforehand. That's true. You can get that miasma skill up.
Sure, you can do that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I think that it's good that the only real armor skills it's tied to is his set. I think the more options you have, the better, but... Like, yeah, you can do these things, and yeah, they work, but I think in general, you know, Valhazak, while the first example I ran with, it's not necessarily the only example.
Sure.
But I think that introducing more monsters that require that sort of stipulation would be, or not require it, but would benefit from it would be cooler. Because there's only like 2 that kind of come to mind, and that would be Kushala and what's his face, Valhazak. Oops. And I don't think mantles are really the right way to go about it, because the way you would fight Lunastra in World is you would just bring the fireproof mantle whenever she started doing a I am an oven and you die by merely existing.
I think most folks think that's pretty poor design. I think the reason I would call that poor design personally is like that's not a particularly interesting choice. It's not like when that hits you, unless you have like the highest defense in the game, or like you have defense that's massively high enough to be able to tank it, your only option is to do that. So it's not like it's really a choice. It's like you die or you do that. It's not like there's a whole lot of options for counterplay. Like, well, you run this armor skill, or you bring your fireproof mantle, or you break this part or something, or like you hit this sick dodge. It's like, nope, it's just you bring that fireproof mantle or nothing. So that's an example of something nullifying a part of the fight. I think that's a pretty good example of like there's no player skill in that really, aside bringing the mantle and using it. But that's kind of wholly based on having the right gear at the right time for that fight.
Yeah, I guess like a good way to put it is, I don't want to spend like all this time being frustrated just to not be frustrated. Like, maybe I go in and I die to Valhazak once or twice, and I go, okay, this isn't working, and I want to try something different against it. So I look into what my options are, I find this cool skill called the Effluvia Resistance, and, you know, that takes away the obnoxious part. But it kind of feels like with Kushala, it's like, okay, cool, I've done him 5 times, I'm sufficiently annoyed at this monster, I don't like him, even though he's, you know, I think Kush is pretty good, actually. But, you know, he's annoying because of that win thing. So I don't feel like it's a good design choice to just, like, keep the player annoyed until they either A, don't like your monster, or B, worse, like, find a way to just cheese it, which is just like, yep, using a ranged weapon. And before, yes, I know, you know, ranged weapons not as effective against Kush. But it's one of those things, I guess.
It's a strategy.
But yeah, I'd rather not use the same... You know, I want every monster to have different answers, I guess. I want to be incentivized to use different things against it, I suppose. I want weapons to have, like... You know, I want to have more of a reason to try out the different weapons. Because, realistically, it's a good thing that you can use every weapon against every monster, but it's also a bad thing that every weapon is pretty much equally effective in the right person's hands against every monster. And while I don't think that there should be, like, hard issues with it, I think even... It's so tricky, right?
Yeah. And you don't want to alienate folks, you don't want to make something that's like a pain purposefully, but you want there to be weight behind decisions and weight behind different kinds of challenge, too.
Yeah, like, and I think that's what a lot of people say they like about Monarch. It's like, they say it's a game that's more based around decision-making, right? So, in my mind, while we're using reductive reasoning, that could mean make cutting hit zones on certain monsters bad, and make blunt, like, really bad, like, to the point, you know, you just wouldn't want to use a great sword. You can, but...
I think that's a boring way of doing it. I mean, like,
Yeah,
I think there's, I mean, like, there's room for that to be for that to be on like 1 or 2 monsters. Like, oh yeah, that monster is really difficult to do with shot, or that monster is really difficult to do with impact. I think the fun way, I think a more meaningful way of differentiating, like, oh, this fight's really rough for this certain type of weapon, is gonna be based on what kind of moves the monster has and physically how they're shaped. Like, if it's hard for the impact user to hit the head, that's something. Sometimes it's tough. The head might still be a really good hit zone. They still might be able to deal good damage if they practice enough, but it's really difficult to get to that point. Or this monster's really fast, and so it's harder for a slower weapon like Greatsword or Charge Blade to get in. Those sorts of things I think are important, and it's actually something I've been kind of thinking on and off about for a while now, is across the more recent entries, as things speed up in general, as World and Rise play a little faster, all the weapons need to get at least a little bit quicker. But it leads to the point where, like, sometimes it doesn't feel as distinct playing the different weapons as it used to, and it kind of makes me a little bit worried that, like, they won't always have quite as many distinctions.
Yeah, I think that I've always viewed sort of Monster Hunter weapons, like, and I always use this comparison with Monster Hunter. It's like a fighting game. You know, matchup knowledge is important. Learning, like, the weapons are the characters, effectively.
Yep.
Like, your hunter is a vessel through which the character flows. And I think that that's good. And I think having several archetypes of the same kind of thing, like, you know, in fighting games, you've got grapplers, you've got rushdown characters, you know, all that jazz. I think that that's good, but I wouldn't want to play a fighting game where everyone is, you know, Zangief with a couple of different moves. You know, there are some distinctly different grapplers across all fighting games, and I think that striking that balance is really important, and I don't think it's quite there. I would love for it to be there, but
I think especially in Rise, it's like it's a recent thing you can point at. It's just like everything has a counter. I'm gonna get hit by that. I didn't. Wow.
I got it.
Do you have antidotes? Do you want an antidote?
No, I have to.
Okay.
But yeah, I think
it's something I'm a little worried about as they continue. Like, it's something I trust them to mindfully keep tweaking as they keep going. Like, I do trust them. I do. I think they make good games, but it's something that worries me over the course of the last couple games. Is like, you know, why do like 3 or 4 different weapons all get to negate moves in the exact same way with counters? That kind of makes those weapons play sort of similarly.
Yeah, like the one of the main things I love about fighting games is there are characters that have really hard matchups. There are characters that really suffer when they're trying to fight a character that they are just, like, by design going to have a hard time with. And I think I would like to see more of that in Monster Hunter. I don't think that it's a different kind of game, because there's you have to work to unlock your character in this game, so to speak, but I think that stamping, you know, letting the weapons shine through a little bit more is better. Like, you know, when I pick a weapon for a hunt right now, because I can pretty much play them all, it's just like, it's on a whim, right? You just like, oh yeah, we're doing this, so yeah, you know what? I'll give this weapon a whirl. I don't put all that much thought into it, but I think it would be cool to be like, oh, you know, Greatsword has this fantastic hyper armor move, and I have done that on occasion. It's like, oh yeah, you know, I'm playing World. I know Rathalos likes to charge at me, so let's shoulder bash him when he tries to just walk into me. And I think that I've had some really satisfying moments with that. And I think that that's where a lot of my satisfaction with Monster Hunter fights comes from. It's like knowing the matchup, knowing that I can do this and I can get some sick plays with it, and having an idea that worked. You know, that's one of the satisfying parts of fighting games. It's like, I go into the lab, I practice this thing that someone used to beat me up, and, you know, then I go into a match against that same character, and I beat that particular move. And I think that that's sick. I think that that works ridiculously well. But regardless of that, there's not enough design around the weapons that sort of allows for that. And I think maybe the problem is not so much with the weapons. Maybe we need some new monster designs, or we need someone that sort of leans into that ideal, I guess. And you'd have to find the answers yourself, but maybe Monster Hunter also doesn't work for that so much. Maybe it's an idea that just sort of doesn't play.
I think it's both. Sorry if I hit you there. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay.
I think it's both. I think you need monster designs that are going to tax different types of players. Like they're going to present different types of openings for different types of weapons, whether it's tall weapons, short weapons in terms of reach, or fast weapons, slow weapons, or cutting or impact, whatever it is. You got lots of different parameters to play around with that, right? And I think part of it is also trying to give weapons distinct weaknesses and strengths. I think a big part of that for me personally is like, I really think that rather than introducing a new weapon, rather than continuing to add new moves to each of the existing weapons, I think they just need to keep overhauling them. Like what we saw happen for Hunting Horn, like you might not like that, but it's better than if they'd added all of the new Hunting Horn moves to old Hunting Horn into some big giant amalgamation where you don't even use all the moves or anything. I think more weapons need to be reimagined in mind with the modern fight designs in a way that goes, okay, these different weapons are going to have different strengths and weaknesses. We can't just keep adding new tools, because if you keep adding new distinct tools to weapon designs, eventually every weapon's going to have some kind of tool for every scenario.
Agreed, and I think that's the same philosophy that they tend to keep with fighting games as well.
Yep.
They tend to keep this sort of, like they'll take moves away from stuff that sort of doesn't fit into what it is that they're going for, or they'll change the movement. Like I know you're not too versed in fighting games, but to provide an example, the difference between the most recent Guilty Gear game and the Guilty Gear. Help me out here. The Guilty Gear game that came before is it's night and day, and they've got a lot of the same characters, and they play pretty much the same way, and they feel good to play. But they've been sort of scaled around that, and you know that's sort of the distinction between think World and Rise in terms of speed, like between these two games.
Yeah, sure.
And I think that they've done a very good job of balancing it all out and making it not feel weird or wonky, and the matchup knowledge is still there, I guess. So I don't know. I think that maybe the weapon design in Monster Hunter could end up becoming a little bit more homogenized, and maybe that's just due to the fact that not enough thought has to go into the weapon that you're choosing to bring on hunts.
Yep, I think that might be actually one of my biggest, like, for each of the games, I've had that kind of a biggest wish. For Iceborne, I really wanted higher HP and damage, and we got it, and I was really happy about that. For Rise, I did pretty much just want, like, I wanted harder monsters, I wanted harder patterns, and we really got that resoundingly so. The monsters in that game have movesets and moves from G rank of the previous game, in low rank or high rank, which is insane. I think the thing I want most for whatever the next game is, I want more weapons to just get completely overhauled. I think it's going to do a couple things where I think it'll make the weapons play more distinctly. It'll hopefully help them be designed in ways that will help them fill distinct roles and not feel homogenized. But also I think it will help some people along and realizing like, yo, this game is not going to be your generation's ultimate hunting horn. It's not going to be your old school hunting horn anymore. You're going to have to deal with it and kind of come to find something that you like about this game, or just say, you know, maybe I'm just going to keep playing those old games. They're still there. I'm going to go enjoy those.
Yeah.
I think that's a good mindset to be in, is like, you know what? The thing that I used to like in this older game, it isn't in this newer game, and that's okay. I'm going to find something different to enjoy if I can.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I think that the archetypes definitely exist, and I don't know. I think the problem with Rise is monsters having, you know, new moves and stuff. I feel like it was way too easy to nullify certain things. Just, haha, funny wire bug. I get to dip out of here.
I mean, that's valid. I think that that's a difficulty issue in that game that's kind of separate from the monster's movesets, but I mean, the wirefall definitely helps you mitigate some of those new some of the aspect of that new challenge, and that like it doesn't feel too much more difficult than a normal low rank or high rank game, like it might if you didn't have the wirefall. I'm just happy that those freaking new movesets and patterns exist, because I think it's what 5th gen needs, or it's what faster Monster Hunter needs going forward. I'm in a cart. No, I'm not. Never mind. Is it needs more complex patterns to challenge the more tools you've got and the more fluid, fast control you've got.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the more... I like the wire bug, but I still can see where it's changed how the game is. Ow.
Let's see. Beastu in my chat asks about, as far as redoing weapons, how do we feel about World and Rise Insect Wave? To me, that's a weapon that basically hasn't gotten touched since its conception. So I think it's probably, I don't know. I think that weapon, rather than adding like, oh, the dive or a different move to it, I think that weapon could serve to get like kind of rethought in terms of like, how would you feel if like a lot of the combos of that weapon were just gone and replaced with something else, etc.
Yeah, see, I don't know. Like, can you provide an example of what you might like as a rework? Let's say to, I don't know, not Charge Blade, that one's a bit complex.
Sure.
Something like Greatsword. Greatsword. I don't like World Greatsword or Rise Greatsword, but I like old Greatsword a bit more.
Sure. I think for me, that weapon right now feels a bit torn, in that it still feels like it's got some of the slow speed of a weapon that's supposed to be a punish weapon, but at the same time it's got crazy ways to cancel out moves like the tackle, and also has really back-weighted combos with True Charge Slash or Rage Slash where you're trying to get to that final hit and the rest of the moves are more incidental a lot of the time. So I think for me, I think what I would do personally is I would probably try and take Greatsword, and I would get rid of the whole charge your draw attack, then charge your strong charge, then charge your true charge. And I would find basically different combos to lead into those different options. Like if you wanted to get a regular charge, it might be better in one way or another. Maybe it does more of one type of damage, or it does this kind of like, I don't know, just make those different types of charges rather than just being like good, better, best. Give them different properties. And, oh, I went the wrong way. Give them different properties and lead into them different ways rather than just having it be something where you universally just kind of go through the same combo over and over to get to the big damage number. That's what I would do.
Fair enough. When it comes to weapon reworks, like, I really don't know what they would do. I think a lot of the weapons for me, personally, I think they're in a pretty good spot. Like, I think World was pretty... They were in a nice spot in World. Not number-wise, maybe. Like, I feel like some of them got pretty shafted. And, you know, the more I play these games and the more I think about it, damage numbers really were a curse, huh?
I don't like them very much, personally.
No, I think that they definitely changed the way people play it and look at stuff.
I think it's people might not realize how big of a difference it is, both in terms of like an overarching, like when you can see how much damage you're doing all the time, you can really focus on, okay, I want my set to always be getting bigger and better numbers, but also just the moment to moment, like completely remove, like let's just say you don't even see the numbers, you just see hit markers, or like you just see some kind of other thing that like indicates you what kind of damage you're doing. Even that is a really big difference from just you swinging your weapon at a monster. It really changes the feel in terms of what your brain is paying attention to. It's like the difference between, okay, picture you're playing a first-person shooter and you shoot a shot. It's the difference between looking and seeing if something got hit or just seeing a hit marker and going, oh, there's a hit. There's a big difference there. You're not looking, like, you're not as inquisitively looking and like paying attention to what's going on. It's more just kind of like looking for that visual feedback and going, okay, good visual feedback, good. I'm going to keep hitting that part.
Yeah, I think I could definitely agree with that. And I think maybe there does need to be some visual indicator. But yeah, I think if
you're going to have a visual indicator, I am so freaking lost. Oh my goodness.
I'm going to paintballer again.
I think having it be something that's like kind of integrated into the experience, or at least like, I know it's kind of silly to throw around the word immersive in a game like this, but something that doesn't take you away from the fact that you're looking at a monster and you're swinging your weapon at different parts of that monster. Like having it just be like an extra meaty hit or the blood effects like they used to have in the old games, I think is just fine.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I don't know. I feel strangely about it, I suppose. I think that personally, the hit zones in Monhun make a lot of sense, right? Like, you know, hit head, bad to have head hit, good. You know, hit wings, reduced mobility, good.
Sure.
Cut off tail, no more tail attack. Like,
yeah, those sorts of like
things that
in-universe like logical things.
Yeah, it's like even in your lizard brain, you're like, yes, this good. Except for ranged hit zones, we're not discussing hit zones in that sense. Like, I don't know. I'm torn on it because every time someone is like, "Oh, but that's a bad hit zone," I kind of want to hug them and tell them everything's going to be okay, and I don't care about hit zones at all. I'm just going to hit the monster wherever I can get at.
Well, there's an argument to be made there. I mean, like, certain monsters, it depends on the monster. If it's a monster that just sits there and you've got the good hit zone and the bad hit zone, you should probably hit the good hit zone. But if a monster that, like, if it's a monster that has different kinds of moves that make different parts of its body more or less accessible, there's an actual argument to be made of, like, well, you can go in and you can get a hit on the legs, even though they're not the best hit zone there, or you can go and get the hit on the head. And it's just like, you might not always be able to get a hit on the head. I run into this argument or into this thought a lot with gunning, because it like takes a lot of time to actually get good at aiming for the parts of the monster that are going to be good damage for you. And so there's an actual like argument to be made. It's like, how many more shots could I fire off and hit the monster with if I was willing to go for like the just okay hit zone versus the really good one? And so I think that's really an interesting part of the hit zones.
Yeah, like I agree, but the use of hit zones is sort of fascinating. Maybe they'd have to change how they work. Because pierce gunning sucks. Like, in World. And I think that that's a common consensus. It's not that bad, and I still use it, and it's my favorite kind of gunning in that game. Even if. But, I don't know. It's odd. It's such like a weird thing, because it's like you can't have this game without hit zones, but also in some ways I feel like the game suffers for it.
Did she just limp away?
I didn't see if she limped away.
I think she did. Ow.
Well, we're about to find out.
We are. I have 2 traps, don't worry. Or actually, I have 2 traps, but I don't have 2 trank bombs, so this could be bad. Let's find out. We're good.
Wonderful.
Nice hunt.
I like Rathian.
She looks so good in this game, by the way. I've been meaning to talk about it the whole time, but oh my goodness, Rathian is just gorgeous in this game. The gold and the green and the blue. Ugh, so cool.
I really do love her colors in this. I don't know. It's weird, huh? Just sit and talk about
it's hard. I mean, there's hardly a cut and dry issue in anything when it comes to Monster Hunter. Even with those damage numbers, where both you and I are like, yes, I think it impacts the experience in a way that's pretty negative and makes folks focus too much on damage and that sort of thing. There's the other thing to be said where like there's a big advantage of having a visual indicator that's so easy to understand and easy to grasp that folks who are brand new to the series can go, oh, gray spot, bad number. Oh, orange spot, big number. Like, and that sucks them into the game in a way where they would normally just be like, I'm just hitting this thing and I don't know, it doesn't have a health bar. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Does it ever die? Like, I've had friends who felt that way about Monster Hunter when they've tried it. And I think damage numbers probably go a pretty decent way to fix that problem. It's just like, there's got to be an in-between making everyone like strive for like, I want big number all the time, constantly. And I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I feel like it shifted the focus to... It shifted the focus away from... I don't know. I always think of this one quote that is, given the opportunity, a player will optimize the fun out of their game. And that holds so true, and every time I say that, someone says, well, you know, what if my fun is like speedrunning? Then your fun is speedrunning. The speedrunning is good. But, you know, not everyone is a speedrunner. And if you hit a point... I don't know. Maybe I'm imposing my values of like video games onto. They should just be fun, and that's how it should be. But I don't know. Like, I guess my main takeaway from this is I have no idea what the design philosophy behind this series is. Like zero. I don't know. I need to watch those interviews we talked about last time, because I feel like if I had some insight on what the gang had to say.
They very rarely talk about the combat design and the difficulty design. They usually talk about the more world-based, immersive-based, like fantasy-based aspects of it. Of like, we want to make this ecosystem or this environment of real monsters. They talk about the more like, I don't know, the more immersive side of it rather than the game side of it. I think at a certain point, you have to wonder how much they actually think about the game part of it, but like they've got to. They balance it. They do patches based around balancing the game part of it. It's like I'd love to hear what they had to say about the challenge side of things, the damage side of things, how they think of fight designs. Like I'd love to hear that side of thing, and rather than them talking about like the village or the I don't know, just the area that the game is set in or stuff like that.
Yeah, like it's so hard to tell because we can talk about. No one knows what the devs want. I think that's a tricky one.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, man.
Uchi says there's a solution to our problem about the damage numbers called turning it off, and I'm glad that exists so that I can solve it for myself. But the power of defaults is important. Like,
yeah, I
don't know.
Also,
the defaults are going to dictate how most people experience the series and like just I think that's important to acknowledge and pay attention to.
Also, I think I disagree. Like, I think not just from a standpoint perspective. Let's say people knew how much damage they were doing beforehand, like be it through modded, emulated versions or
Sure.
what have you. Like, this problem existed before damage numbers, and I think it's not so much that the problem exists. I think it's how accessible it is. It used to be accessible to a small niche of people who really cared about that kind of thing and were doing speedrunning for fun. Now it's like, I'm using damage numbers and I know if my set is bad or good, and that's the only thing we're basing it off. So it's not so much that the knowing of the numbers has shifted how you interface with the game. It's shifted how the community values different things within the game. It has changed everything. And I think that whether or not you personally are interfacing with it, it's shifted how people are going to talk to you about the game. It's shifted how people perceive the game. It's shifted how people value certain things within the game. And I think that very large access to it is bad enough. I think that's part of optimizing the fun out of the game. And while you personally don't have to partake, you're the only one. You're the one with oh no, he has AirPods in. And everyone else just kind of knows.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you about it. Like, everyone's been messaged after on like nice, well, I've seen it happen. People have been messaged after a hunt like, yeah, nice set, bro. You didn't do like any DPS. You suck. And I had a friend who I was talking to about this the other day. They were like, I was playing modded Monster Hunter with my girlfriend, and they had damage numbers on, and I was so mad at these two other people who were just doing like not that much DPS. And hearing the word DPS in the context of Monster Hunter made me think like, that's just not right to me.
Yeah, same.
I don't think that's that hits the ear wrong. It's not good. I don't like that.
Yeah, me neither. It's like you should go out on a hunt. I mean, like if you're looking to do a certain hunt, you should assess before the hunt with your group. Like if everyone's got the gear, like hey, are you gonna feel okay in this hunt with the gear you got? Like should we go farm up something else? Like do you have anything else you want to bring? Like this has low fire defense or whatever. Or you don't have a weapon that's fully upgraded or whatever. But like once you embark on the hunt, you're there. You're in that situation. It's you as a group. It's not you supposed to be picking out like, oh, this person's the weak link. They're not doing the damage. It's like, no, you as a team are together, and it's like up to you. If like, hey, if someone has lesser gear, it's up to you to kind of like deal with that and go, okay, I'm gonna deal with this in this multiplayer scenario I'm in, and I'm gonna help this person out, whatever they need, whether it's like trying to flash the monster when they need to sharpen their dumb yellow sharpness weapon a bunch or whatever it is. Like once you're in that situation, it's not about like, oh, they didn't bring enough DPS. It's like, it's up to you to figure out that scenario and work it out in a way that's fun for everybody. And if you don't like that, then you need to leave that group and go someplace else where you're not going to get upset about DPS. Like,
yeah, like it's
you're forcing your expectations on somebody else.
Yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. I think in general, it's very easy to like get embroiled, stuck into the talk, and I'm finding that the more I talk to people, the reality is I just have a different sense of prioritization in what I want from games than other people, and that is completely fine.
Yep.
But we can talk about stuff in the way that we want here, and I feel guilty for saying it, but the reality is I just don't agree with a lot of people. Like, if you like speedrunning and that's your kind of thing, that's fine. But I want to play games to have fun and in the sort of way that I'm interfacing with it. And I don't think that the design philosophy is like speedrun and pick on others for doing worse than you. Like it's so hard. Like I find myself at odds with the community a lot, and I feel guilty because it's not like I disagree with them, think they're wrong, and want to not ever take them out on a date or whatever. But I just I feel so weirdly about it. I guess it's hard to put into words, but I think my issue becomes less with the game and more with the community. I guess
we're just
or
like dealing with other people. Yeah.
Yeah, like the more I've come into
that's an interesting point.
Yeah, it's like the forbidden knowledge at this point.
It's like how many issues, like when you think of all the issues that you or somebody you know have had with recent Monster Hunter, how much is because the game is a certain way and how much is it because people are making a big stupid stink about something?
Yeah, like don't get me wrong, I love people in every community, and you're not going to find like a community that's, you know, better. I'm not saying the Mon Hun community is bad, but I think I disagree with parts of it, and maybe I'm gonna be stubborn enough to talk openly about the things that I don't like, and that's why we're here. But yeah, I think in general, if I may also arrogantly say, I don't like the way people have started to look at Mon Hun and video games in general. I think they've become commodified in a way that's like no longer about playing the games to have fun. It's about a PP measuring contest, and I hate it.
I bet that's always been a thing, but it does seem to be more pervasive now.
I
think more companies have picked up on how profitable it can be to design around that.
Yes, I think so, and I think maybe pushing that as the like the way people interface with games in general is something that I don't enjoy, and I don't know. I just don't like it, I guess. I don't want it. I don't want to eventually get to a point where I'm like no longer having fun with Monster Hunter and feel like because I know everything that there's nothing for me to enjoy. Because
you've gotten the biggest number, there's nothing more for you to do.
Yeah, like when I hunt with folks and like just sort of hang out and play Monster Hunter, like that's rad. I love doing that. I'm gonna blast you.
Please.
Did I blast you?
Nope.
Oh,
I got hit by another mud. People in my chat are saying, just to circle back around to the damage numbers thing, that maybe having something where you could access a tool to see that, so you could like use it when you're theory crafting sets, like in the training room only or by the smith only or something, would be better than having it on all the time by default. I kind of agree.
Yep, no, I think like a training mode that to further compound upon the fighting game analogy, I kind of meant to touch on exactly that point before. I meant to say exactly that. Have it accessible in the training room, but don't have it accessible in that sort of in-game scenario. But like, this was inevitable. People were going to create mods for it no matter what. You were always going to have like monster health bar mod. It was always going to be there. And to answer your question, Shin, no one's ever been an elitist with me personally, and in the very few well, shouldn't say never. A few people have tried it on, but it's not worth their time because, you know, I'm not the person that they need to think a certain way, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I know my feelings on Monster Hunter. I'm stubborn. I know that about me. Like, I have a very clear idea of things that I like and things that I don't, and, you know, I'm gonna discuss them. It's funny, today I've been, like, very conscious about not stepping on toes, and I think... I don't know.
I think that's more when you're doing a production, or you're in the context where people are coming here to hear you talk as opposed to just kind of hang out. I mean, like they're always here to hear you talk about something or another, but it's a little bit more formal when you're talking about it on a podcast. So I feel like, at least for me, I probably choose my words a little more carefully, I guess.
Yeah, I think I've been doing that, but maybe you know, I'm not here to upset people. That's never going to be my intention, but, you know, I do disagree with them. And I can very safely say, like, I do get backseat playing Monhun, playing Dark Souls for playing it wrong. And it's like, what do you care, dude? I'm clearing the quests.
Yep. There are people who will come into my chat while I'm playing through the Monster Hunter games, and, like, it seems like what they'd like to see out of each of my playthroughs through a game is, did they make these 4 pieces of gear that are busted in low rank, high rank, and G rank? Like, did they make the Barioth heavy bowgun yet? Like, and that's just not why I play Monster Hunter. It's like, sorry, my goal isn't like to get the broken setups as fast as possible and then peace out and do all the content easy peasy. It's like, I want to experience the game, man. I want to try out different things.
Yeah, like, everyone does interact with it differently, but unfortunately, I guess when it comes to game design, you can't build every game for an individual, and that's what's so hard about Monster Hunter. It's so many things. It has so many systems, and they're all good, and they're not. I wouldn't say they're convoluted.
So
they're not. I don't think that they are like too out there. I don't think it's too bad. And I think no matter what I say or like what anyone says ever, it doesn't matter who you are. There's always going to be some sort of drama that comes from it, or like some sort of smug opinion that can be held. And I think in general it's important to understand that, you know, I'm not trying to work against anyone, you're not trying to work against anyone, and we all want what is the same thing, a fun game, right? But we all have a different definition of fun. I think that's what makes it tricky.
I want to play whatever Ryozo is going to release. I want to play whatever they're going to make, really. I trust them. I felt that way after World. There were some things where I was like, I don't know if I like that part of this, but I trust them that the next game's going to be great, and the next game was great. And I don't like everything in Rise, but I trust that the next game's going to be great, and I bet it's going to be great. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, like, I think at this point, I would say maybe I have more things about Rise that I don't like than do, but I'm glad they tried it.
That's such a bummer to me. I feel I feel such the opposite, but it's okay. I can understand that from other people's point of view.
Like, don't even be bummed out about it. Like, I enjoyed my time with it for sure, and I'm gonna play the expansion, and I'm gonna keep on playing it. But, you know, do I want that in the future? No. But that doesn't matter, because I like it. I like it, and I trust the devs, and I want them to make what they want to make. I think that's cool. And I think without knowing the design philosophy, that makes it a bit harder for me to understand. I think maybe I want to be steered in the right direction of what their ideals are.
Oops. Someone in my chat asked, Slit Sampler asked if they could ask a coffee question. Slit Sampler, you can go right ahead. We'll talk about coffee again. Sure. I'm always down to talk about coffee.
Yeah, no problem.
I feel like that was a pretty nice talk about that part of Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I think it's weird on some level to be like so embroiled in a game that you care about it as much as a lot of folks do, and I think it's amazing. I mean,
as much as we do. We're sitting here talking about it.
Yeah.
But we're not getting upset and telling people what they need to do or how it needs to be.
Sorry, I just wanted to be clear that I'm not saying like you and I are the only ones with opinions and everyone else is wrong, because everyone else's opinion is like equally valid for sure.
I suck at these.
And
things.
I think it's amazing. Like so many people care. I think that's cool. But I don't know. I guess I sometimes think maybe it's cared about in ways that I don't necessarily like, and it's very, you can draw a very obvious through line between the correlation of like damage numbers being added and you know, the min-maxy behavior. But then again, I wasn't there on the ground floor, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's always been that way, and maybe it's never been different.
I think more of it's been that way than you'd think, probably.
Yeah, probably. Absolutely. But I was shielded from it, I guess, because I didn't really go on the internet too much.
Yeah. How lovely. The question about coffee was, why do Vietnamese French press or drip presses taste so strong compared to something like French press? I actually don't know what a Vietnamese drip press is. I haven't had anything from, I haven't brewed coffee like that before, or had coffee brewed like that before. But I would imagine just it has something to do with exactly how much coffee is used or how long it's brewed for. That's generally going to be the things that are going to influence how strong something tastes. Is how much coffee you're putting in and how long you're letting it extract. And I think it's funny, Phallison. Precious Stones in my chat says it's always been like that. It's so true. Going back to Monster Hunter 1, folks were crafting things specifically to headlock monsters and grind things as quickly as possible. It's always been about that stuff, at least in some way.
Do you think that being able to headlock monsters is good?
No.
No?
No. I think that, honestly, that's something I, at least am a little more concerned about in the series, is the ease of scripting fights in that way. When I say scripting, I mean you come in and you get this particular mount, and then you deal this much damage to the head, and you get this stagger you know you're going to get, and you chain that into this other part. Like, you just use chain downs over and over. You basically kind of negate the fight entirely. I think that we've, in newer games with the more tools and the more fluid movesets we've seen, it's become easier to do that than it used to be. And to me, that's I mean, like, headlocking is an outlier of it being pretty easy to do in one of the earlier games, but after that, they didn't make it that easy to lock monsters down like that until 3rd or 4th generation, where you started seeing it more with, I mean, maybe it was in 2nd generation too, but you see it confined mainly to multiplayer and groups who were bringing lots of types of status. Then we get to some of the newer games, and it becomes a lot easier to do that and script that. And I think you see a whole generation of speedrunners who found their love for the game based on that ability, where they love that ability to be able to go in there and learn and practice a script, where eventually they're just killing the monster in like 2 or 3 minutes. And to me, that's intensely uninteresting. To me, that's a bummer. So I want to be able to see people deal with the monster's moves. I want to see them fight the monster, deal with the patterns, not lock the monster down and negate everything.
Yeah, that's always kind of what I wonder when people are like, oh, I don't like the reactive nature of Monster Hunter at this point. Do they mean that they want to be able to lock monsters down in that way? Like, I'm just not sure. Like, I don't know.
And like,
I feel like less predictable monsters might be for the best.
Yeah. It's not about being less predictable to me. It's about being, like, making things less easily bullied. Like, basically making it, like, no matter how strong the gear you bring into this quest, you're going to have to deal with this aspect of this monster, and it's always going to be a bear. Like, I think that's important. Not giving players too many tools to completely script and negate a monster's strengths or weaknesses is important. Are there any TA runs that exist without a script, like, just go their YOLO? I just think there's a difference between, like, practicing a quest where you know how to deal with every monster's move and can do it quickly and, like, basically respond to each move optimally and deal with every opening the monster gives you, and locking the monster down and creating one giant damage opening. There's a big difference between those things. Yeah, we're not saying to make the AI more old and robotic. I think I'm just saying don't give players quite so many tools to make those patterns completely negated, to completely just bully the monster out of existence. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't enjoy doing that. Like, I get it. People are gonna find the cracks. They're gonna turn Mario 64 into a game where you just idle into a wall for 10 hours and then all of a sudden you zip across the map and get the star. Like, sure, that's cool, but I don't want that to be like I don't know. I don't want the game to be sort of designed around that almost. Designed in a way that kind of incentivizes you to do more and more damage, and then gives that as the result of, like, hey, the more damage you do, the more scripted this fight's gonna be.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of locking monsters down. Because it can make things pretty, like, one note. It's like, once you know how to do it, you could probably pretty simply replicate it.
I mean, I think it's still impressive. Like, when I see someone go in and lock down a monster for, like, 3 minutes and then it's dead, like, it's neat to see, sort of, but it's also like you're not really seeing someone play the game, really. You're seeing someone negate the game.
It's not that I don't find it impressive, it's not that I don't find it cool, and it's just like a different way to play to me, but, you know.
And I reached out to some speedrunners on Twitter, which, I mean, is a poor way to start any interaction, but it went just fine. And I asked, like, is there any lowest point? Like, is there a point where you could do the quest too fast where you'd find it not satisfying? And they were just like, no.
Oh,
no,
goodness.
For me, the fun is getting it as low as possible, is doing things as quickly as possible, is beating the game as quickly as possible, is getting all the gear I need in the quickest, most optimal way possible, and that's what I derive enjoyment from. And I can't tell them they're wrong. I feel bad for them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. Like a lot of Resident Evil speedrunners I see, like Resident Evil 8 came out and they were like, I'm not playing the game casually, like, at all. I'm not taking it slow on my first playthrough. I'm going as fast as possible. I'm learning all the optimization routes. you know, I'm gonna be world first, like, world record speedrunner. And, you know, that's fair. However, like, I'm all for inclusivity, but don't design the game around that. Like, people will figure out a way to speedrun no matter what you do to something. Do not, like, build games with those people in mind, I personally think.
Uchi says not to feel bad for them because they're having fun. It's not that I feel bad for them because they're having fun in a different way. To me, what I feel bad for them about is, like, when I talked with some of these people, they basically said, like, when I can't do that, I'm not enjoying the game. And it's like, that's so much of the game that you can't get enjoyment from if you only enjoy the game when you're locking something down like that and it's an optimized run. Like, that's just, it makes me bummed.
Yeah.
That's just, they're enjoying the game completely differently than I am, and I don't know, it's just weird to me. Yeah, it just feels like a bummer to me. It's like you can't enjoy your first playthrough that way, you can't enjoy most of the game's progression, you can only enjoy, like, imagine only being able to enjoy the, like, I must use the most damaging set and kill monsters in the fastest amount of time and see them do damage to me, or see their moves as infrequently as possible, because that means I'm losing, like, damage uptime. Like, that's just a bummer.
Yeah, I don't know. It's,
So, I don't know, I don't want to tell them that they're wrong. I don't want the game to not allow for that at all. I wish it was more difficult and a little bit less frequent that you just see a quest where someone just completely locks the monster down the entire time and then they're dead.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that it's sort of odd that, like, you can do the same speedrun strats that you could, you know, in 4U in World and stuff.
I think it's going to be pretty different. I think like, there'll be some holdovers, like you're still going to be using some of the same skills, or like focusing on having the highest sharpness, but the actual strategies used are going to vary weapon to weapon, game to game, even rank to rank, like high rank to G rank, which is cool. I mean, like, it's neat that folks get to do that, but I just still, it's not how I enjoy the games. It kind of bewilders me. But that's why I asked about it on Twitter, and I mean, I didn't get in any arguments. It was just a nice, cordial discussion with different folks, like, hey, this is how I enjoy the game. And I was like, okay, that's really weird to me, but cool. You do you, I guess.
Just quickly, we are getting a nice raid from fellow Aussie, the Ham Slayer.
Welcome,
so
Ham Slayer.
Thank you so much
Love
for the
their
raid.
stream.
Welcome on in, Oh, I'm dead.
Did the mud get you? That mud move is a trap.
Yes. It's frustrating. But welcome on in, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the podcast. Currently, well, it started off as, like, player skill versus gear, and now it's just, I guess, how we feel about certain playstyles within the game, and how things are accommodating of them.
He's limping.
It's so... Limping? How?
Yep. Nice. That's quicker than last time.
I don't know. It's... it'll be quicker once I have a new weapon, because I'm still using base level iron gun lance, I've now realized.
I was just laughing because we were just talking about, like, yeah, like, not enjoying the game, doing it fast, and I was like, oh yeah, quicker than last time, cool.
Yeah, no, the thing is, like, when discussing things, a large issue that will come up is you will run into a conversation where you're like, oh, well, you did do this fast, or you did do it quickly. It's like, yes, because sometimes I just like to do things in a different way and not enjoy everything in this one very specific moment-to-moment banal thing. And I think that that's mainly what I want more from the game. That's why I want weapons to feel more distinct. It's why I want matchups to feel a little bit better. It's because I want to be able to have that player choice and that player agency. And it's a very tricky balance in a game with, you know, 100 billion monsters and 14 different weapons and this, that, and the other, and they all interact differently, and, you know, of course things have to be homogenized a little bit. Like, that's sort of unavoidable, but...
They all do need to attack the same monsters at the end of the day.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I just wish that there was more of a distinction, I guess, and I don't know how they would do that.
Oh.
Like, I think elemental damage, just in general, could probably use a rework.
Yep.
It could be made a lot better. Like, why on earth it stacks with subsequent hits is, like, just the most peculiar thing to me.
What do you mean stacks with subsequent hits? Stacks with subsequent hits?
faster hitting weapons do better with element, obviously. Sorry, I think I worded that poorly.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a neat aspect of how it's implemented right now, but I could see them reworking it in a way that made it more valid on all different types of weapons, other than just giving great swords higher elemental values.
Oh yeah, I think at that point it just becomes like longsword, but sword and shield, dual blades, longsword, all good elemental weapons. Everything else stinky.
Yep, I think that's one of the things that I've heard a lot of people. I saw people talking about that earlier in the chat too, when we were talking a bit about, I don't know, just how things are scaled and things we'd like to see reworked about the series in the future. A lot of folks reference elemental as something they'd like to see reworked because it ties so much into the core tenets of the game in terms of collecting gear and learning the monster and learning what to bring for a monster and preparing for a monster. The more you incentivize element, the more that happens.
Hey, Josiah. Yeah, like, I think that Monster Hunter is not a hunting game, that's for sure. It's a...
Not anymore.
No. Well, I guess, like, I still think that the hunting aspect is stuck within the limitations of the technology of the PS2. And, like, the ideas that they ran into. I think that there are a bunch of ideas within, like, that core design that could have been abandoned a long time ago. I would like to see them lean more into the hunting element, rather than just making it a, we're dropped in and we're fighting. But we discussed that last time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I am now out of healing items. Good thing he's limping. Oh gosh. No. Uchi asks what I consider the hunting part to be. To me, the hunting part is like, it's not just you going in and attacking a boss. It's you going in, and it's you... Nice. Great.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, I mean, it's not your fault. You were doing your job. It's the parts that are outside of the actual fight. It's the nothing like rolling into the camp with the victory theme. It's the parts that's like preparing for the hunt. It's bringing the right weapons. It's dealing with small monsters. It's nailing the monster with the paintball so you don't lose it. It's all the aspects of the game that aren't fighting, that aren't dealing with the actual I press button to hit the big boss thing.
Yeah.
That to me is the hunting simulation part, and that's part that I think is being disincentivized or like kind of de-emphasized over the games. And I mean, like, I don't know how I feel about that, because to me the combat is definitely the part that I come here the most for. But I think that some of that stuff is important to the feel of the game and making you have other interesting things to think about besides just, did I bring the big number monster, or did I bring the big number weapon? Did I attack the monster the right way? Because it's fun to have other aspects of the game than that.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you don't have to do the matchup too much at this point. Like, I remember hearing in a Gaijin Hunter video once, it was like, top tips for new hunters, and one of them was like, oh damn, I'm like dabbing in this end screen.
My end screen is literally just me like flat out in the mud. Just face down, dead.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, in my personal opinion, I don't like going back to do... I don't like doing dedicated gathering quests. I don't know, that part feels a little bit like...
I think that's kind of
an...
I was gonna say that's an acquired taste, but it's not even an acquired taste. That's just like you're either down with that kind of chill downtime, or you're just not, and you want more uptime of like, I want to actually play the game. And that's gonna be different for every person. I don't want it to have its own like dedicated quest, is the main thing. I don't know. A lot of feelings. Feelings. That's one of the best parts about doing discussion, right? It's like you get to find out how you feel about certain things. Yeah, sometimes you find out just in the act of talking. All right. Yeah. How are you doing on your materials? What do you need from Mr. Baroth?
I think that should be me. If I didn't check if I got claws or no. Oh, I don't have 20,000 zenny.
I do.
Oh no. Oh well,
This is I was doing some hunting on this file though, and you weren't, so that's not really much. That's not really much to talk about. I'm one Pelagisite away from upgrading my duels to a little bit better point. If you want to go back to the Flooded Forest, we can get some of that.
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely. Wait, let me see what I'm doing. I need gunpowder and 2 ice crystals. I don't know. Worry about that later. Flooded forest, we go. You need.
I think
something.
if you want to go ahead and queue up the quest, I'm gonna really quickly run to the bathroom and go check on my my sick loved one. And I'll be right back.
Please
In just a moment.
Please do.
Now, thankfully, chat, you're not just left alone while I'm going away this time. You have Mr. Fallison. Enjoy him. I'll be back.
I get
shortly.
to be in charge of 2 chats. All right, chat. Can you all tell me one good thing that happened in your week? Tell you what. While he's gone, let's quickly go on a gathering hunt. Also, welcome on in, Roth Sothi. How are you doing today? You got Mario Party? What Mario Party did you get, S-Fox? That's a good thing? Hey, if you liked it. Don't see why they removed them? Hey, I didn't suggest that they removed them. I just said I don't like them. It's only Tuesday? I mean, you know, 7 days is a week, my friend. Streaming on, post bees. Let's do it. No Shin, sorry, that doesn't count. You gotta find something else. More 3U players? Yeah, this is one of my favorite games. In fact, this is my favorite Monster Hunter, for sure. I'm getting some honey, but I just need 1 ice crystal before Rist gets back. Spin Bear? I do like Spin Bear. I like that guy. Seems like a cool guy. Hey, there you go. Which game did you get it in? Rise or World? Rise? Heck yeah. What are you guys thinking of the podcast so far? Like it? Hate it? Wish that Fallison guy wasn't there? I got my ice crystal. I think I need another one. Follow me intrigued. It's a good one to play. I think it's very fun to engage in this sort of topic. I think it's really cool. How goes the cozy mining? It's good. It's good. I'll be pretty much done before Rist gets back, which is nice. I'm being beat up by Boggy though.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I went on a quick gathering quest to get 2 things that I might need.
Okay.
And then I'm on my way back now because
Okay.
you were back. I think I got my
That was
needed
impressive.
item.
Pretty impressively fast. Nice.
I just needed either 1 or 2 ice crystals. Needs more time attack experience. I don't like time attacks. I've done a lot of armorless hunts though. Like literally spent 20 plus hours doing one of them. And I think that's my version of challenge that I enjoy.
Me too. Maybe not armorless specifically. I've done armorless, but challenge runs specifically where you have to deal with the game's challenges more than negate them is more my speed.
Yes.
Oh, Uchi asks if we should talk at all about the try server. Have you heard about the try server, Mr. Fallison?
I have.
It wasn't a topic until just now, Uchi, but we can talk about it.
Yeah,
For
what
the
are we
first time
talking
in a long time, Monster Hunter Try is able to be played online, or maybe not online, but you can access the Lock City in high rank, and eventually you'll be able to play online with others as the server project that's underway comes along.
See,
I don't really have a whole lot to
Maybe
say about it. It's just a thing. I'd like to play
Yeah.
it sometime once it's more developed. Oh, Uchi says they asked why I decided to play 3U on my stream instead of try. Because this save interfaces well with the podcast. Like, my save that I'm working on personally can be the save that I play with Fallison. That's all.
There you go. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure how I feel about, like, try servers. I don't really care enough to go back and play try, I suppose.
I do. That game has a lot of weird stuff in it.
What? Yeah, you know what? You got a good point. There are a few things that I would like to experience, like building your own bowgun from scratch.
You get to gather your own. You get to gather by shaking the nunchuck, Fallison.
By shaking the nunchuck.
You do.
I think someone asked me to do try for one stream because I do have it and I have. You
can shake your nunchuck for people on stream and they enjoy it.
Yes. 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 But what else is different other than the, I'm sure, very well implemented and completely necessary Wii motion controls?
Well, there's a lot fewer weapons. Half of the weapons from DOS were just excised, just gone. Which I think now having gone back to Freedom and having tried Freedom where there were fewer weapons, I don't know if I'd like that necessarily, but the interesting thing about the weapons is that they're introduced at different points during progression. Like, you don't have them all open to you at the beginning of the game. You have to unlock things like longsword and switch axe as you go. So I'd at least like to experience it to see what it's like. And also I've heard that like the balancing on certain monsters like Elatrian and Barioth and Barioth even, like the balancing on fights is different. Different monsters have different movesets. Barioth has like Nargacuga lunges in that game. Like it's very different from what I've heard in a lot of little ways.
I missed an earth crystal. Or an ice crystal rather. Let's go get your thing.
Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, I didn't even see you come back into the hub.
Sorry, we'll get your thing.
So I'm excited to experience those differences someday. Just, I think I'd rather wait until I can actually do multiplayer or until it's a little bit more developed and easy to install or until I can do it on an actual Wii rather than just like rush into it right now.
I think that's pretty neat. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's enough to take me back. Like,
okay, that's fair.
The thing that interests me most is like medium bowgun because it is not something that existed.
It's a pretty unique system, man. From what I've seen.
Yeah, like that seems fascinating, but I don't know that it's an entire game's worth of gameplay to me.
Maybe not. Maybe if you did a medium bowgun playthrough. I bet there's going to be quite a few medium bowgun playthroughs.
Probably. I don't know. I just I don't think I find that interesting. And while I agree, like there's some stuff locked in there that sounds pretty cool. Apparently there's a thing called World Eater Devil Joe.
There are some interesting events in that game that were reprised but not really ever reprised in the same manner in games that came after. I want to play it. Oh, I just came up with a reason why I want to play Try. So, Fallison, have you ever heard the track Mini Uragan or Phantom Uragan?
Mini Uragan. I haven't heard the song, if there's a song, but there's a Mini Uragan in this game.
So, there's a song for it in Try. It is one of my absolute favorite pieces of Monster Hunter music. It's crazy, like, Middle Eastern sounding, like, it's crazy music. I almost want you to pull it up on your stream right now because it's so good, but...
Let's do it.
Anyways, in Try, if you search for Mini Uragan or Phantom Uragan, it will come up on YouTube. I'll pull it up on my stream, right? Or actually, I probably shouldn't pull it up on my stream at the same time. But it's so good. It's
Event Quest music.
Yeah, it's amazing.
This is an advertisement for a treadmill.
Oh,
I keep getting advertised this one treadmill. Why? And ED pills. Nothing's wrong with my body, YouTube.
I would certainly say so. Some streamers do walk on treadmills while they're streaming.
It's bussin'.
Yeah, that song is amazing, and I would like to experience Try just to get to hear that music in the Mini Uragan event quest. Like, that's almost reason enough for me. I love that song so much.
Like, this is using the line from, this is like almost something out of God Hand, if you've ever heard of that game.
I've heard of it, but I've not played it.
Yeah, it's a game developed by Capcom. that IGN gave a 3 out of 10 because they're absolute scumbags. It's
You
one of the
holding a
best
grudge
games.
there?
Oh, absolutely. They are horrible excuses for journalists just for that score alone. But it's like this ridiculous game where it's all based around martial arts in sort of a very out there and way that has never been replicated and never seen before.
Yo, Dual Blades Underwater is hype. I just tried it for the first time.
Hell yeah. And it also has a banging like surf rock soundtrack.
Gotcha.
But yeah, this reminds me kind of that.
Well, anyways, that's reason enough for me. Like
Fair
I said,
enough,
once
like-
it's a little more developed, you can actually do multiplayer. They got a little more things figured out. I can for sure do it on a Wii. I think I'd probably do that.
I don't know. I think I think Freedom Unite is about as far as I can go back.
Tries after Free Night though.
Try as far back as Freedom Unite. It's a non sequitur what I was doing.
I got
I was saying one of them
sure.
non sequitur things.
Having gone back recently to just past Freebie Night, I can tell you that I really wouldn't recommend going back much further than that unless you really enjoy. I don't know. I'm trying to describe Freedom in a way that doesn't just make it sound like a bad game, because it's not a bad game. It's just like you have to really enjoy some of the more pernicious aspects of the series, like really grinding up a lot of materials on your own time and really dealing with a lot of small mobs as part of the main difficulty in your combat for some of the fights. Not all of them, but some.
I don't know how to interpret that comment. You know, blink twice if you want to actually say it's a bad game.
It's not a bad game. It's just, I mean, like, I don't know. Do you think that those things make Monster Hunter worse in general? Because I don't. I just don't think they should be as prevalent as they are in that game. I don't think it makes it bad. It just makes it not necessarily something I can easily enjoy. I guess some people would be like, if you can't enjoy a game, then it's a bad game, but I wouldn't say that personally.
No, absolutely. I agree that, like, bad does not equal I don't like. However, the more I think about it, it's like, there are you know, it's Gen 1. They may not have known necessarily what they were doing that much.
No, they sure didn't.
So I think you're allowed to call elements of it bad, and bad to a point where it hampered your experience.
Well, it hampered my experience, so we're playing this game now.
Yeah,
Someday I'll go back and I'll play it some more.
Even in Freedom Unite, like, the small monsters are getting up my goddamn
Dude,
nose.
imagine more of them, and imagine them being more aggressive.
Oh, the crabs in the volcano in Freedom Unite. Man,
Okay,
like,
those are worse than... Those aren't in Gen 1. Those are pretty bad. they're so
they're
bad.
coming for you, dude. They're coming for you, dude. They're killing you.
They are the worst.
Like, they care not for you, nor your feelings on anything. It's just... Like, when doing some armless hunts in GU, I had some small monsters, like, you know, Congas could effectively drain half my health just by giving me a wee old smack, and that's fine, but I was not wearing armor. In this, it's like, crabs run up to me at the speed of sound, like, faster than even I can run. Knock
so
me down,
fast.
Lunastra punches me in the back of the head. Oh...
Are you on Lunastra in that game already?
Yeah, I did Lunastra the other day.
Wow,
pretty
where are you in Freeman? I haven't asked recently.
5-star low rank.
I forgot Lunastra was in low rank of that game. That's cool.
Yeah, the Kushala comes, and then there's still no Rathalos and Rathian, and then, you know, in the next tier with, you know, a 2 Kongalala quest, a 2 Daimyo Hermitor quest, you also have Lunastra and Chameleos. And Chameleos is just a fascinating beast in that game. Like, I tried him with Sword and Shield. His hit zones were so terrible, I actually could not hit him, like, anywhere at all, ever.
Mm-hmm.
And then I swapped to Greatsword, and he was, like, comically, you know, simple. You just smack the head.
Yeah, that's something. The further you go back, the like we were talking about earlier, how when you give weapons too many tools, they're too similar. When you go back far enough, you hit the other end of that, where one weapon will make a fight a breeze, and every other weapon will just, or like a couple other weapons will have like the worst time of their life.
Yeah, like, They're peculiar. They're peculiar, I'll say that. I never unlocked the farm in this game.
Rip.
But yeah, like... The small mons in Freedom Unite are brutal. I also don't like that some monsters just spam attacks, but that's neither here nor there. But I am fascinated by the two monsters that I know that I've never seen an iteration of in a Monster Hunter game. So once I beat those, I'll be satisfied.
Gotcha. I would encourage you to play through the end of High Rank Village. High Rank Village in Unite has an interesting property to it that I'm not going to spoil for you.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely beat Village. Like, I'll beat Village and, you know, the plan is like beat Village and then beat Yamasukami and then we'll see where we go from there.
There's something unique about that High Rank Village, man. It's pretty cool. All right. Would you like to do a Ludroth? Or actually, what do you need right now? Do you still need some stuff for your gun lance? Do you want to do another Rathian? What are we doing?
I kind of need some money.
Need some money.
Yeah, I got no money.
We can hunt a monster for that, or we could sell some parts. What do you think? What do you want to do?
Let me look something up.
Okay, you look something up. I'll take this as an opportunity to say there have been many friendly faces who have popped into both of our chats over the course of these several hours we've been having our discussions and have said hello. And I just want to take a moment to say hello. I hope you guys enjoyed our discussion so far. Thank you so much for being here. I hope it was fun to listen to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I couldn't stop and say hello. It literally pains me every time where I can't stop and say hello. I need to get better at typing is what it is.
Alright. Interesting. Hold on.
Hello, Kermit.
How do I... Ooh, okay. So I can't make that for...
I just need Benabra parts for my dual blades. Let's see if I can bring a light bowgun on this next quest. Is it gonna dump me onto my armor? I think it is. Here, hang on. I'm gonna go get a bowgun. This is gonna go great, I'm sure.
Enjoy your bowgun creation.
It's time for me to learn how to gun on Wii U, everybody.
With the input lag.
It'll be fine. It's not like you're aiming a crosshair or anything important. Ken, I hope you've enjoyed the cast. It's nice to see you here.
Yes. Ken Smee is a gem.
He is.
You're all gems. Thank you for listening. I hope you've had a good time.
If you want to learn a bit about Australia, just ask Phal about the giraffe. His name is Harold. Who is Harold the giraffe, Fallison?
Harold the giraffe? So when you're in like grade 3 or something like that, which is the fourth year of primary school, because you have prep 1, 2, 3, you get taken into a van by a police officer. It's a dark van. It smells like it's been recently disinfected from children vomit. And there's a mascot named Harold the giraffe who comes in and teaches you about drugs. In a costume.
That's something.
You think I kid?
No, I don't think you kid. It's.
You think I don't kid? That's how you learn about drugs. And how not to take them.
I don't remember how I learned about drugs in America, but it wasn't like that.
Wasn't? Yeah, well. We all
learn
in different ways, I suppose.
I can make no guns that will fire a poison shot, so never mind. I'm not bringing a bowgun. The reason I need that is I need some bug parts. I'll get that on my own time. That's okay.
We can get some bug parts if you want.
I don't have any good way of doing it, so I'm not too worried about it.
I see. But yeah, that's one of the fascinating things.
You don't remember Dare? That was before my time, Ken. I'm not that old. Dare was not around when I was around.
I need 1 gunpowder and 1 ice crystal. I don't know how to get a gunpowder in this game.
Gunpowder, nitro shroom, and fire herb.
Ooh, okay. Well, I need 1 ice crystal. And
that'll come from the tundra.
Yes. And then I probably need some Lagombi parts. I've decided I'm going to make the Lagombi gun lance instead of the Barroth gun lance.
It's a good gun lance. Would you like to do another Lagombi hunt then? We can get ice crystals and the handle the Gombi
I like
parts
the
that
way
way.
you think, Sunshine. I like the way you think.
I think that'll probably be the last hunt for me tonight.
That is very fair.
I get to be up and at work in about 3 hours time.
That's one thing I actually was waiting to ask about. How did you end up on a biphasic sleep schedule?
That's streaming.
I gotta know. Streaming? Just streaming?
Yep. It is currently 2:21 in the morning for me, Kermit. A couple years ago when I first started streaming, I was still in a relationship, or I was still in a relationship with my wife before we got married, but she was at college and was pretty busy, so we didn't see each other as much. I was working a lot, and I was having a hard time fitting streaming into like my regular day schedule. Like I tried doing some morning streams, I tried doing some late evening streams after shifts at work, and it just wasn't working. It was rough. Like I would get home from work, and then trying to stream after a long shift at work was just like really exhausting, and it wasn't for me. So I started staying up really late to stream and like sleeping before that. And I mean, I don't require much sleep at night to function, and then I get up and I go to work and I have a nap after work, and then I stream some more. It's been like this I've been doing this off and on for like 2.5 years now.
Very cool.
I think people would be surprised how little sleep they actually need to function, but maybe not everyone's the same in that way.
Oh, dude, I did 7 years of night work. Like, I know exactly how little sleep a human being needs to function.
For me, it's right about 2 hours. Any less than 2 hours, like right before going to do something, and I probably won't wake up. I'll probably sleep through it by accident.
I don't know. Ever since I was a kid, I've never been a very good sleeper. And the older I get, the more that feels like it's been compounded upon.
Do you dislike that, or are you okay with it? I'm pretty okay with being able to... I don't know. I'm pretty okay with being able to function like this.
It's caused some turmoil in my life. Like, it's like, by never a good sleeper, I mean, like, lying in bed, you know, trying to get more than an hour of sleep, you know, before you have work for the next, like, 10 to 12 hours.
Sure.
And, you know, like, frustrated that you know you've got, like, 8 hours on the clock, but you still can't sleep. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been
I get that.
That's always been tricky, and that's been, like, much of my life.
That doesn't sound nice at all. That sounds frustrating, for sure. I get you.
Yeah, but, it's not too bad now, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I definitely, like, I still sleep 8 or 9 hours in a row when I can, but I'm also able to get this kind of sleep. It just feels like, at least right now, for this portion of my life, I'm able to do this pretty reproducibly and in a way that, like, I'm tired. I'm tired often, but I still manage to do everything I'd like to do in the day for the most part. There's always more things I'd like to get done, but I managed to stream consistently, which I don't think would be something I'd be able to do 4 or 5 hours a day around the same time each day otherwise. There's just too many other things that pop up on, like, oh, Wednesday you go and you do this, and I just wouldn't be able to do this otherwise.
Yeah, no, I could definitely see that.
That's the main thing. It's just like this time of night where I'm at, streaming from 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. is like nobody's asking me to do anything else during that time usually.
Yeah,
it does mean that I don't really have much of a nightlife, but I never did before anyways, so.
Yeah. I don't know. No desire to have a nightlife either.
Are you someone who just falls asleep when you close your eyes? Most of the time right now, absolutely, because I'm usually so tired by the time I go to bed that like I just sleep immediately or almost immediately. Like within the first minute or two of a YouTube video, if I'm watching a YouTube video to fall asleep. I'll be out. But when I'm well rested and I've had a couple days where I've had lots of sleep, no, not really. I can take a little while to fall asleep. My mind will be restless.
Yeah. I'm a stare at the ceiling kind of fella.
Yeah, I think it's a bad habit of falling asleep to like a video or a screen or something, but it's how I've been for a long time now.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely tough. It's definitely tough.
So what do you need from the Gombi specifically?
I needed an ice crystal.
Well, yeah, but then you need
First
something
and
from the
foremost.
Gombi as well?
I will need stuff for him after I get that initial upgrade. But just like general Lagombi stuff.
Okay. We can try and break his ears if we can. They're kind of tough. and we're both so short. That's something I like about this skeleton in general, is it makes it really difficult to consistently hit the head a lot of the time, and I think that's cool.
Yes, I think Lagombi... You know, I wish that Azeros, Lagombi, and Volvadon weren't all like pleb tier monsters.
Yeah.
But, yes.
I like them. I like all three of them.
You know, what? Like, I think one thing Monster Hunter would do very well with would be less shared moves between skeletons, because boy howdy, there's a lot. Goss exists, yes, but you know, prior until right now, Goss didn't exist. And before then, we only had the 3 pleb tier monsters. A beaver monster that exists as the first monster in the Chinese Monster Hunter Online Ghost. There is a beaver monster that uses a skeleton.
Oh yeah. I know for a lot of people, Lagombi is actually a pretty fond monster for them because it was in the demo for 3 Ultimate.
Oh, how about that? I like.
I believe it was. Nice, nice ear break.
Thank you.
I have appreciated your full burst and your Wyvern Fires tonight.
Thank you, thank you. I've been not practicing my 3U gun lance at all, except for today, but we're getting there.
It's okay. This is my first time playing duels in 3U tonight as well. Didn't do that at all in the last couple nights of 3U streams.
A Chinese game and an English patch? You probably can't play Monster Hunter. Is Monster Hunter Online still existing?
No, it's dead. And to my knowledge, Ken's me in my chat just asked if there's any sort of project to revive it. I think there are people who are interested, but I don't think there was anywhere near as extensive of an effort to archive what was there in a way that would let you preserve it and reverse engineer it, like Frontier.
Yeah.
They actually didn't die at the same time, these two. It was around the same year, but it wasn't at the same time of year.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I tried to delay my full burst so that I didn't clap you. Apparently there is an online community and that exists in Discord in the form of modded emulation.
Really? That surprises me. I would have to check that out. I'd be interested in trying it. From what I can tell, that team or that game has less Monster Hunter DNA in it than something like Frontier, but it still was officially sanctioned and it had some neat things. So I'd like to check it out someday.
Absolutely. Apparently it exists as Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate.
What?
Interesting.
Okay, someone might just be
the same as Monster Hunter 4U?
Someone might just be being smart in your chat.
I don't think so. I'm gonna...
Monster Hunter Online is not for you. It is like a proprietary PC only, like weird only its own thing.
I know this. Apparently, like they're modding some of the... I'm gonna assume that they mean that they're modding some of the monsters in there.
Oh, I would be surprised about that too. We actually just had someone link to a project announcement on Twitter earlier today that made me think about how often people talk about wanting to mod monsters into things and how infrequently that happens. These games are such like weird spaghetti code from what I've been told from folks who actually try and mod some of the parts of these older games that like it's not really easy to do anything with any part of it. Add animations, add rigs, and skeletons, anything like that is just massive amounts of work. More work than making your own game, honestly. Because it's not just like you making an animation for something. It's you reverse engineering however Capcom made it 10 years ago and then trying to add your own in.
Yeah, I've seen some monsters that they've modded in and it's just like I think the Mizutsune one was what's that Elder Dragon's name? Namiel with a theme and just like some removed moves or something. It was sort of goofy.
Yep, there's one like that for Gobble and Great Jagras.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about Monster Hunter mods just in general.
We're going to save that for another podcast because I have a lot of thoughts on it.
Okay.
A lot of thoughts on modding, and I'd love to talk with you about it. I think maybe if we feel similarly about it, it won't be a super interesting conversation, but I'm not into them, so I want to talk about it sometime.
Yeah, I'm also not into them.
Okay, we'll have to try and play devil's advocate for one another then.
No. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Devil's advocate. I'm into that.
And we do have folks in chat. We do. Oh, the bounce into the butt stomp. I think I will fondly remember that moment earlier where we were talking about eating testes and we got butt slammed by Lagombi. I think I will fondly remember that moment. That was a good moment.
I didn't take notice if that's what happened, but yes.
We both got slammed into a corner. It was pretty tight.
It did.
It's weak. Did you get your ice crystal yet?
No, I forgot to
Let's
bring,
get that then. Let's get that before it dies.
I forgot to bring pickaxe.
Oh, well, I've got some for you. I've got you, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you, kind sir.
Here you go. Quick. There you go.
Yeah.
Got it just before the Gigi got me.
Why are they called Gigi when they look distinctly like Kezu?
I think they look more like Giganox than Kenzu. They look like little Giganox before their wings or arms have fully formed. Wasn't there a Bitcoin miner in Monster Hunter Online at one point? Not that I know of, but that sounds about right.
No ice crystal? I probably need to go to one of the blue ones though.
Probably so. Let's go find one.
I got 2 earth crystals.
I'm getting some bloodstones, which will at least get bloodstones will at least get you some zenny when you finish the quest.
Yeah. Warming effect is warm off. Yeah, okay. Stay warm off, please. I'm gonna pocket the hot drink.
Your health is quite low.
Yeah. I'll be fine.
Did you bring some health items or no?
No. I'll be fine.
You thought we were coming out here for an ice crystal, I see. Oh, my pickaxe is broke. I'm just following you around now.
I don't know where to go. So that's
this game on Wii U, quite pretty.
Yeah, I think it looks very good.
It has me like almost being like, you know, maybe I shouldn't stream that 3DS version.
I've heard a lot of people say, I don't like the colors in the 3DS version. I can see it.
They are more muted. It's definitely a different look. It's kind of surprising.
Lagombi's coming to beat me up and take my lunch money.
I see that.
Hello, Lagombi. Goodbye. Blue. There's a blue. Give me ice crystal.
Get it.
Iron pickaxe is broken. Light crystal obtained. Don't worry, that's a future Phal problem to get an ice crystal. Did it even hit him?
I don't know. The fire effects in this game are so small, it's hard to tell.
Do not fight him in there. I'm going to die if I do that.
I have some first aid meds you can have if you want.
He's limping. He's limping. That's fine.
You'll end up like me with that Baroth on the ground during the victory screen.
You got the calves?
I did, you're right. You probably get the carbs here too. Ken has told us in the chat that ice crystals are actually more common in the Mellink's Den out in the Sandy Plains than here.
That, you know what? That actually rings a bell now.
Are you still aiming for some Baroth armor?
Maybe. Yes. Yeah, probably. But I don't want to keep you too long.
Yeah, I'm gonna end after this because I gotta sleep.
Very fair. I was actually gonna play some Freedom Unite after this.
Nice. Well, I will definitely send my folks over to you to watch Freedom Unite. I wish that I had more time in the I don't actually end up watching Twitch all that often. Probably like once a week if I'm lucky. Honest with you. I wish I could be there for more of your streams and watch more of your Freedom Unite.
Shh. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
I guess I get to hear the Cliff Notes version from you and our chats.
Yes, I'm the best Freedom Uniter.
Whoops.
I unite the freedom.
Oh, hey, buddy.
I just came to sharpen up. Did he knock you in here?
He did. Nice.
So many full burst finishes tonight. Feels good, man.
Hey, I think you're dealing more damage than I am.
I don't think so. I have like a base level weapon.
Yeah, but you got that true damage though.
That true damage. You're right.
Someone was just talking about that in chat last night, I think, about them wishing that Gunlance had better upgrades or sets early in the game. I was like, I don't think it needs it early in the game. It's got that nice explosive damage that just kills everything. Regardless, when other weapons are bouncing, you're just shelling.
Punk arts.
He's got heroics too. Yeah, everyone knows heroics affect shells in a good way. Komoriak, or Komori Ryuax. Cheers. It's good to see
Classic Komori.
Dude, for an old guy, this guy's got some swag with his dual blades. Look at him swing those arms around.
Sid Gowron. You know what? All weapon bad. That's my stance. If I had damage numbers, I'd know who was doing more. You're right, Precious Stones. I like the way you
bad.
think. I like the SNS bad.
Yep.
SNS
bad.
SNS bad. SNS bad. I would concede SNS bad when you're trying to fight stupid Chameleos. That's my closing statement.
What do you think of Freemanite Chameleos?
I think that he is not good.
He's not good.
I like
every time
like
they've made Chameleos, they've made him better.
Yes, I like For You Chameleos a lot. I think he's fresh.
I think I like Rise Chameleos even better than 4U's, but I think like each successive Chameleos has been better and better.
Very true.
All right, I'm gonna call it there. Like I said, I'm quite tired.
That's fair.
But it's been a nice cast, Fallison. I think we've had a nice time. We talked about a lot of we're kind of ranging Monster Hunter topics. We talked about some food. We talked about end games and damage numbers and all kinds of stuff.
I think one thing that's interesting is we tend to have these discussions, but err on the side of like, how can this not be pulled apart in a way that I didn't mean it? I think that's fun. I think that's what I'm having fun learning doing this podcast thus far. I reckon our next episodes are going to be better and better and better and better.
Yeah, I already came up with an idea or two for our next one. Not just topic wise, but like what we can get up to on the cast wise while we were doing this one. So we'll have to keep things fresh for next time.
Yes, I think the good folks will enjoy it.
Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much to everybody who came by tonight and listened to me and Fallison talk. Fallison, what are you going to be getting up to on your streams in the next couple weeks? Can you tell us?
Next couple of weeks, I'll be finishing off a janky old PS1 game called Vagrant Story. On Saturday, 7 p.m. PST, I'm running a suicide prevention / mental health discussion stream, 12-hour one. We're going to be raising money for the International Association for Suicide Prevention. If you donate 10 USD, you get one entry per person into a draw to win a copy of Final Fantasy XIV, plus the expansion that's not even out yet. Isn't that crazy?
It is crazy.
If you don't like that, though, we can work something else out. We're also going to be talking candidly about mental health topics and how we interface with them and ways in which we can deal with them on our day-to-day, because I think that's really important. And I hope that you guys will come along and have a little look-see.
I think those mental health streams you do are very, very important and very neat. So anybody in chat, if you're even just a little bit curious about that, please do swing by Fallison's stream and have a chat with him while he's talking about some stuff like that. Nice open place to talk. What
about you? What are you doing?
I'm going to be dipping my toes into 3U's nice waters these next couple weeks. We just started playing this game's Village a day or two ago. I'm going to be playing through some of that. I don't really have any other plans besides that, just really experiencing 3rd gen nice and thoroughly and slowly.
I think that's a good goal. I think 3U is really good, and I think you're going to have a fantastic time with it.
All right, well, I guess let's see. Aside that, I'm going to drop some links in my chat of places you can follow my stream if you'd like to, like a Discord and a YouTube and a Twitter. I hope everyone here had a nice time tonight. Like I said, I'm going to raid Mr. Fallison here. Let me cue that up so that the fun can continue. Like you said, you're switching over to Freedom Unite now?
Yes, I'm going to switch over to Freedom Unite now and try and knock out the 5-star Urgent. I still have a few key quests to work out there.
Sweet.
I don't know what they are.
Well, folks from my stream, enjoy the time over at Fallison's.
And if folks from mine, please check out Rist Chronicles. He has a very chill vibe, very fun to watch play games, very knowledgeable, very sweet guy. You should definitely spend some time with him.
All right.
If you haven't already.
Well,
I'll be shocked if you didn't know him at this point.
We will be back with another unnamed 3U cast, or maybe we'll have a name by then, who knows. We'll be back with another cast in another 2 weeks or so with some fresh ideas and some fun things to talk about. If you guys liked it, think about checking that out. And I hope you guys have a nice time over at Fallison's stream. Fallison, I hope you have a lovely time in Freedom Unite.
Thank you for being you. Thank you for the preemptive raid. Thank you for doing this with me as per usual. I hope to talk to you very, very soon. I'm going to swap over to Freedom Unite and maybe... Freedom Unite? Man, my ability to talk today is lit, as the kids would say. But I'll talk to you very soon, my friend. You take good care of yourself. I hope you have a great day at work today. And
Thanks.
I hope Anne feels better.
Thank you. We're working on that together. We're getting there well.
Heck yeah.
All right. Cheers. Happy hunting, you guys. Good night.
Talk to you later. Later? Words? English? Hard.